We present to you the Trilogy, the combined interrogations of Professor Jeffrey Lacasse. Just a few dates of reference. Professor Dan Markel was shot on Friday, July 18, 2014. He died the next day. Professor Jeffrey Lacasse departed Tallahassee on an out-of-state trip a day earlier than planned on Thursday, July 17, 2014. The first interrogation took place shortly after his return to Tallahassee on or about July 21, 2014, or about 3 days after the shooting. The second recorded interview took place 2 days after the first, on July 23, 2014, about 5 days after the shooting. The final recorded interview happened on March 6, 2015, several months after the murder. You should be aware that during all 3 of these interviews, neither the cops nor Professor Lacasse knew that the investigation would lead cops to 2 hired hitmen from Miami with a connection to a lady Charles Adelson had been seeing at the time of the murder. In many respects, Professor Lacasse's observation turned out to be prophetic. Here is the trilogy.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lacasse, I appreciate you coming in and talking with me here. Like I said, we're still in the preliminary stages of this investigation.
Yeah.
Your name did come up,
Of course.
because you were associated at some point with Wendi,
Of course.
which is his ex-wife, as I'm sure
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
So basically just, I appreciate you coming in.
Sure.
I want to ask you some questions, kind of figure out where you were, if you've heard anything, if you have any information that would be helpful to us.
Yeah.
Just kind of run that whole gamut. Do you happen to have your ID with you? I think.
So my wallet got ripped up, and all I got is my passport right now. I can show you that.
Okay. Is this you here, or is that a different?
No, that's me.
Look different.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, the beard.
About 10 years ago. Yeah, that's my old.
Oh, okay.
I moved from Arizona at the beginning of the year. I kind of switched my license over, so it's Arizona. But that's me.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, beer. Yeah, that'd be here, actually.
And you're 10/18/71.
Yes, sir. What do you prefer that I call you?
You can call me Corey.
Okay.
You don't have to be on a
Okay.
formal basis.
Okay.
Okay.
So
So
here's one question before you get started. Is this
I'm sorry.
is this on the record as I give you this
Yes,
statement?
it's on the record.
Is there any opportunity to talk off the record, or that's not possible?
No, it's possible.
Okay, we do on the record first, and I have a couple theoretical things that
Sure.
I want to be quoted on. But
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Okay.
What's your current address?
410 Victory Garden Lane, apartment number 41.
Is that Windrush Village?
It is.
Apartment 41?
Mm-hmm.
How do you like the neighborhood over there?
It's cheap. It's $500. I'm saving for a house. So.
Oh, okay. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
I used to live right over there off of Claremont.
Yeah, sure.
Which is right there across the road.
That's very nice over there.
Well, like you said, it's kind of cheap over there.
Yeah.
That's where I first moved when I got out of college. But
Okay, sure.
anyway, that's neither here nor there. Do you have any contact numbers that I can reach you at? Should I need to talk to you later?
Sure.
I think I talked to you on a 294 number.
That's the number. That's the only number I have.
That's your number.
Yeah.
Okay, I got that one. Just tell me a little bit about yourself as far as your background and
Sure,
stuff like
sure,
that, and kind of what you and Wendi.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually got my PhD here at Florida State in 2008.
Okay.
Graduated from FSU, went to Arizona for 5 years, and this is my first year back. So I met Wendi maybe a month after I got back. Met her in September of 2013.
Okay.
We were set up on a date by a mutual friend I work with.
And who was that?
Stephen Tripodi. And another mutual friend. It's kind of two of them. Jay McPherson, who I know you talked to.
How's Steven spell his last name?
Tripodi. I know it was him and Jane McPherson were all for a drink, and they both kind of suggested. I've talked to Jane. I know you've met Jane. So.
I haven't.
Oh, you have someone met Jane. She was in here when Wendi did her long 9-hour day.
Okay, and I take it you've talked to somebody about that because you know about it?
I talked to Jane for 5 minutes. I've been out of town.
Okay.
And Wendi and I are estranged at the moment, so it's pretty bad timing in terms of that. So I can get to that as I give you the tail end of it.
Sure.
So we started dating in September. Did it all through the fall.
Okay.
Wasn't serious back then. She was dating other people as well. Came back from Christmas break. Had a conversation, decided to date more seriously. By March 1, we're a couple, we're girlfriend, boyfriend.
March of 2014?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe late February. Around Valentine's Day, I hit her with the romance and all that. We clicked together. And then spent a lot of time with Wendi. I don't think anybody's been with Wendi more than me in the last 6 months.
Okay.
She has 2 kids. I've been over there. I'd say 80 or 90% of the nights I'm over there. And every single night that she doesn't have the kids, with maybe just 1 or 2 exceptions, if she's in town, I've slept over. So I spent a lot of time with her. We get some problems.
Where's that at?
That's 3303 Aqua Ridge Way in Corn. Always at her house, never at mine. I got a shitty apartment, as you know. We ran into some problems in May and June. Started fighting.
And I'm not here to get into your personal life.
Yeah, but I think it made better. Go ahead.
But given the severity of this incident,
Yes.
I mean, I am going to pry a little bit. I hope you
Pry
don't
as
get
much
offended by that.
I'm not offended.
Ultimately, I mean, what our goal is to find out who did this and bring them to justice.
I get it. I get it.
So
anything you need to ask. That helps me because I don't want to volunteer my BS if it's not useful to you. So tell me what's useful to you. If anything you want to.
Yeah, and with that, I'll just tell me everything, and I'll write down what's useful and discard the rest.
Okay.
So what kind of problems were you getting into in May and June? Was it?
Yeah. Jeez, that's gonna be public. This is fucked up.
Wait, what was that?
I said this. If this goes public, is just I know how this works.
It probably won't.
Okay. See, I'm in an awkward situation because there's a 1% chance Wendi and I get back together. You know what I mean? We're estranged at the moment.
Right.
So I have that in the back of my. It's a 1% chance it's over. I think she moves to South Florida ASAP. But let me just.
We'll get into that.
Okay. So in May, she disclosed to me that I did a stupid thing. I said, "Who was that guy you were dating when we first started dating?" She said, "Daniel Sack." I don't know if his name is coming across.
Okay. You asked her about that?
Yeah. I was just, we're just doing idle talk. Come back from a beach vacation and reminiscing about when we first fell in love and all this kind of stuff. And
what was this guy's name?
Daniel Sack. He was a.
You know how he spells his last name?
Yeah, S-A-C-K, just Sack.
Yeah, it sounds.
Yeah. He was a professor.
Former boyfriend of hers. Or
that's
not boyfriend.
Well, no, maybe that's what the argument was. That's what we started having arguments.
Okay, I'll let you tell the story. I want to.
So she told me that they stopped seeing each other in the fall, and that she continued to see him platonically.
Mm-hmm.
But I did not believe Wendi. I'm a pretty decent bullshit detector. It just didn't sound right, you know.
Okay.
So,
So was it just based on your intuition alone, or did you have some
no,
kind of verification?
she would always say, she said, I continue to see him throughout the spring. And I said, so yeah, where? You know, what you guys do? And she went to coffee a couple of times. I said, oh, cool. I didn't care about that. Coffee. And she said, yeah, I go for walks with him. I said, where do you go for walks? She's like, you know, in his neighborhood. I said, wait a second, you're going to some guy's house? Seriously? Mm-hmm. And as soon as I went that, she shut down. She wouldn't tell me anything about him. And it became like a topic because all of a sudden, I'm going to give you a little background too. You dig into Wendy's calendar, you're going to see she's constantly traveling to South Florida all the time. And it wasn't a normal boyfriend-girlfriend thing in that.
With you?
With me. No, with me.
Okay.
I don't know what with him.
Yeah.
I have no idea the extent. I mean, I said, you know, were you in love with him? Was it just a fuck buddy? Well, just tell me what this is. And so I don't have any information about that at all.
Right.
They could have had I just don't know. He moved to Amherst, Massachusetts, May 20th. So he's been gone. So I don't know if he's a person of interest. I have no idea. I've never met well, I did meet the guy. I walked in on them in a coffee shop I walked into All Saints one day. They were having coffee. That's actually where the footing back up. I walked into, like a week later, I walked into All Saints.
When did you say he moved over there?
May 23rd, he moved to Amherst. And they dated September. Well, that's what our dispute was about. I think they dated September.
You think they dated past?
I think
and it went into the relationship you shared with her?
I think so. But she would say it was a platonic. And I said, well, I don't appreciate not knowing about this. So it became a whole thing. I lost all the trust. I was like, this is screwed up. You know?
Yeah, sure.
And she was real weird about it. Like, Wendy's not the best liar ever. I mean, she just gets so anxious that, like, it was a thing. So, anyway. Yeah, that little dispute about that turned into a whole thing, a whole disaster.
I'm sorry. Let me back up a second. What did you get your PhD in?
Social work.
Okay.
I'm a mental health guy.
Okay. It seems a lot of the circle is attorneys.
Attorneys and social work, actually, yeah.
And so you're kind of in that circle as well because your mutual friends knew her.
Oh, yeah, it was interesting. She's Jewish, as you probably know, and my mentor at FSU, that's where she goes for Jewish holidays. That's why we slid in together. We had the same friends.
Are you Jewish as well?
No.
Okay.
But we had like 10 mutual friends. So that's what we clicked, you know. It was like easy. I was safe to her because all these people already said, oh, yeah, he's a good guy. You
right.
know, I was on
vouch for you.
Yeah, that kind of thing. So it was a lot of mutual dates and that kind of thing. But anyway, we had this dispute, and I was pissed. I was just like, she's been a lot of work. I mean, she's always traveling. And when I say not normal, I just mean like we had 2 weekends together in March, April, May combined. And otherwise she's booked, you know. So I was a little suspicious about that. Now she always just said I'm so busy with work. And she is a prolific attorney and writer and all that. So, but anyway, the next week I walked into All Saints Coffee and I told her not to see this guy again. I said, you don't want to talk about it? That's fine. I just don't want to see him ever again.
What'd she say?
She said, okay. He's moving in a week anyway. And I said, okay, problem solved, you know. And I said, you don't have to tell me anything about him. I just, you don't want to describe it. I don't want you seeing him, you know, public or not. I'm not usually like that, but she pushed my buttons on this thing. So I walk in All Saints to get a cup of coffee, and she's sitting there with him. Public with, you know, Tallahassee is a small town.
Sure.
So, and I started to walk up to the table, and I was annoyed, but just prepared to shake the guy's hand and be the better man and say, how you doing? He's leaving tomorrow. What's the big deal? You know, I didn't like what I saw. She's giggling too much. She's twirling her hair. He's leaving clothes. So I was like, oh, I see what this is. That's what it looked like. That was my instinct anyway. Anyway, so that became a debacle. So that's when we started fighting. So
did you confront him then?
I didn't. I started walking towards him, and temper started flaring. I thought I do not need to end up getting arrested for assault on All Saints Coffee. So I just went into the bathroom, and she ran to the bathroom and was sobbing in the bathroom. It was her worst nightmare.
But she saw you there, so
no, I let her see me, but I never confronted them. I just got out of their way because I didn't want to cause a whole scene.
Okay.
And that's when we started fighting because I lost all trust at that point because he had not go to the coffee. And when we got back that night and we're fighting, it became really clear she was incredibly nervous about it. Like, so I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't have any room. Well, there were times throughout the spring semester that I'm 99% confident that she was seeing both of us. There were all kinds of signs and stuff. Get home at 9:30 at night, you know, things like that. But I don't know for sure.
Okay.
But I was pretty confident. And she actually, we had a fight, I'll tell you about in a second, but she conceded that in March she had seen him a few times. So Anyway, so June we start. May we fight all of May because of that. Couldn't get over it. Um, and then in June, um, he's moved, right? So she's sad for a couple weeks after he leaves, which I noticed, and then she became the best girlfriend ever. All of a sudden, it was really interesting. All of a sudden, I had this new girlfriend. It's like she's all attentive and everything.
Right.
Instead of getting happy, I got pissed because I was like, "Oh, I see why this is." You know, I'm all of a sudden getting all the energy.
Right.
All of a sudden,
you're here, he's not.
yeah, yeah. I didn't even feel special exactly.
Right. I can understand that.
So, and we were in. And I got pissed off and I did some snooping. I looked through her calendar. I started getting real suspicious and I was just like,
What kind of calendar?
An agenda. She's an agenda.
Like regular paper calendar?
Like paper calendar that she carries in her backpack. And she left it on the table in the bathroom. I just flipped through and it's Daniel Sack, you know. So I was like, okay. They were going on dates in public and stuff. They went zip lining to Tallahassee Museum, stuff like that. So I didn't tell her I did that. I didn't know what to do with it. Because I don't know if you met Wendi?
Not personally.
Oh, very charismatic and very good at. I mean, once you date this girl, you just do anything for her. I'm not the only man that's been under her thumb in that way. I mean, she really has this charisma and this sexuality, and so you throw yourself in front of a bus for this girl. This is a new kind of thing for me. But I mean, we went to Gainesville. I teach for FSU, and we have an off-campus program at UF. I took her with me so we could go out and have dinner, and then during the day I worked and she worked. And Saturday night, I got really upset. She made some crack. She's got a cervic sense of humor. She made some crack, and I just waited and know about this stuff. And I looked at your agenda, I know what's going on, all this kind of stuff. And I had never been violent. We're in a hotel room, and I didn't raise my voice louder than you could in a hotel room. But I was intense, and I was really like, this is bull. I was really upset. And she just went to pieces, went to complete pieces. She's very fragile emotionally. She just lost her shit. So we had the most awkward drive ever from Gainesville to Tallahassee the next day.
Yes.
It was pretty awkward. And
when was this exactly?
That was June 28th.
Okay. Go ahead.
Then the next day, she drove with their parents to South Florida for 14 days.
So you really haven't seen her since then, or have you?
No, I get to that in just a second. Just to sketch it out. Yeah. So while she's gone, and this may bear, I can tell you a lot about when she's in South Florida. I suspect that's of interest. She's got both her parents down there, and they're very dedicated grandparents. She has like full-time child care. And I've seen like in Tallahassee, the parents will come and we'll go on dates and stuff because the parents are more than happy. They love those kids. They're all into it. Mom's an ex-kindergarten teacher. They just get off on it. But always when she's in South Florida, I don't hear from her. Like at all. As much as I would expect to, being her boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
So she always says, I've been busy with the kids. And that never made sense, especially 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night, So that was similar this time. Now we were
When did the kids go to bed normally?
8, 8:30 or earlier. We start trying at 7:30.
So you would think she would, if she puts the kids down at 8:30, she'd be able to talk to you immediately after that.
Or during the day while they're swimming in the pool. I mean, and again, she's pissed off at me. She's actually, in retrospect, she's done with me at this point. She couldn't take it, That's why I hadn't confronted her yet. I knew once I confronted her, she's going to crumble. That's too much shame, too much guilt. But this last time, we're trying to keep the relationship via email. There's 20 emails going back and forth. I'm apologizing. Why am I apologizing? I don't know, but I'm apologizing and all this stuff. So we're just trying to make it work.
Sure.
And she comes back into town. We go on a date Monday. A week ago today, we went on a date.
Okay.
And we went to see the movie Neighbors over at Movies 8. We're trying to put Humpty Dumpty back together again here, And we're not going to stand off because I'm not going to say she didn't do something, and she's saying I never did anything. I'm completely innocent, but she's also conceded all kinds of things in the conversation. So, she doesn't know what to do. We go out to see Neighbors. Had another little squabble. Didn't go well.
What was that about?
I was just, same thing. I was just trying to say, look, let's just forgive him, forget him. Both of us will move on here, But she wanted me to just roll over, and it's a little too stubborn. I didn't trust her anymore. It's damaged beyond repair, probably. I was in love with this girl, man, so it was hard. Maybe with the kids, I'm like a co-parent basically. It was really rough.
How old are the kids?
3 and 4. Yeah, Ben and Lincoln. So the next night, and by the way, while she's in South Florida, she is completely miserable. She gets depressed, she gets anxious, and she's got her baggage. But I never, even though we didn't have much contact, I never heard her as bad as she was this trip to South Florida. I mean, this blew up her world.
And how do you know she was in a bad place?
Just because when we talked, she was just.
So she did call you like
Yeah, yeah. 14 days, I got 3 phone calls, but they were really. I'm a clinician. She doesn't sound good clinically. I mean, she sounded really bad. I was worried about her actually. I didn't think she was a suicide risk, but I thought she was really depressed. Is what I thought was going on. And she hates Tallahassee. I mean, I'm sure that you've heard that already. She does not want to be here, and I was the one thing that was kind of her anchor here, and boom. So this was her odd position.
Right.
So Tuesday night we go to yoga. Really awkward. Most awkward yoga I've ever had. And we walk to the car. And I say, love you, Wendy. She goes, I know. Need some time. I said, okay. And I get an email with a no contact order 2 hours later. I think her therapist suggested she do this. I think her therapist, my suspicion is that Wendy told her one side of the story, and I was cast as the abusive male, because Danny is not good to her, and she's on the lookout for an abusive male. Danny was emotionally abusive. Anyway, I get this email saying, don't contact me for 7 days, and then I'll get in touch, which I was not happy about. But too much of a control grab for me. Let's just talk or just break up with me, But anyway, so Wednesday, Thursday, hear nothing. She posts those pictures on Facebook with her boobs hanging out, and people are telling me she's messing with you on the internet. I don't know if that was true or not. And then Friday, this happened. So I haven't heard from her. She's was supposed to contact me tomorrow. I don't think I.
How do you know she was supposed to contact you?
She said 7 days.
Okay, so that thing, the email.
Yeah, is that contact you in 7 days?
So that you think that's something her therapist recommend her do to give her time to think? And
that's my guess.
Let the air clear a little bit.
That's my guess. If you Google it, it's how you break up with an emotionally abusive guy. You give yourself 7 days away from him so he can't convince you to stay. So that's what I saw when I Googled it, because I never heard of this. No girl's ever done that. That's bizarre, right? I mean, anyway, so that was 3 days later. This happens, Danny gets shot. So, yeah. So that's our story, and I haven't heard from her. Oh, I texted her. I called Jay McPherson, and I said, hey, I got a no contact thing. Part of this whole thing is to see if the guy can do it, because if the guy's really narcissistic and sociopathic, he won't be able to not contact her. He'll act out. So I said, I don't want to.
When did you contact Jane?
I contacted Jane on Saturday when I was emailed that Danny had been shot. And I called Jane, and I said, hey, I don't know if I should contact Wendy or not. It seems like this is way more important than a stupid no-contact email. And she said, yeah, just email, just text her. And I sent her just a nice text saying, I care a lot about you and the kids. If you need anything, I know we're in a strange place, but if you need anything, please let me know. I'm always here, She didn't even text back.
When was that?
That was Saturday at 2 p.m.
Well, I mean, she's got a lot on her mind right now.
She does, but the thing was, she's texting with Jane. She's calling other people, mutual friends. She's in touch with lots of other people.
Oh, okay.
So,
well,
and it just may be too messy for her.
Yeah.
But I'm not trying to.
I wouldn't take that personally.
No, I'm not.
At this point.
No, I'm not. I know she's in a mess. But I also don't expect to hear from her tomorrow either. So I've had no contact whatsoever. I sent her a book for her little kids about bereavement from Amazon, and that'd be the last contact I have.
Right, you sent a text on Saturday
2 p.m.
to her. It went unanswered.
Yep. And then I'm on the phone with Jane 5 minutes later, and Jane's like, oh, I'm getting a text from Wendy, so I know she was around.
And her phone was working?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's
do you know if she's dating anyone else? Or if there's anyone else aside from this Dan Sack guy?
I'm going to have to speculate a little bit.
Okay, that's fine. Like I said, we're investigating any and all leads.
So if you're looking for a potential love triangle, if that's the issue, like someone that would,
we're still trying to figure all this out.
Yeah. It's weird because I don't want to sound like just like the jealous boyfriend. You know what I mean?
We're taking all that into consideration too, and I mean,
there's going to be a lot of men that are. enamored of Wendi, that are really into Wendi and feel protective over Wendi, and there's a few of them. Now, I don't know which of these guys she's going to say, oh, that's just a friend, and that's true. I don't know. But I'm, skeptical. So I can give you some names. I'm sure you have
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
You say she can kind of put men under her spell.
Absolutely.
For lack of a better term.
No, it's true. It's true. I was caught, yeah.
Who's the guy that is like totally that guy, just out of sorts, not himself, would do anything for her?
See, I don't think it's like...
Do you think there's anybody like that out there?
Well, I wonder. You guys would have access to find out that I've always suspected there's a guy in South Florida, because not getting my phone calls returned, all this kind of stuff. And she goes to South Florida a lot.
Okay.
And there's a weird pattern of behavior. And so my suspicion has always been that there was a guy in South Florida. I wouldn't know who that was. I can give you some other names of people that I know. Now, I don't think they would... it would be bizarre for any of the people I'm going to tell you to kill somebody, because these are like highly educated, sometimes very wealthy, you know what I mean? But did they facilitate it? Were they involved? I wouldn't know. But here's a few names for you. Mehul Patel. Mehul. Patel. He's like a millionaire that runs a nonprofit. It would seem bizarre. But Wendy spent a week with him at Christmas time.
Is he here in town?
No, he's in New York City. It seems like a far-flung idea, but if you want to know who the men that love Wendi are, that's one. Wendy's also got a big mouth and tells me when men worship her, so I got a pretty good list here.
This isn't going to be like a list of 500 guys. I mean,
there's Markel.
I mean, we're looking for viable leads. I mean, obviously, we pulled you in here today because of your relationship with her.
Sure.
But I mean, let me ask you this before I get a laundry list of guys.
Yeah, it's only 3 or 4 actually, but go ahead.
Have you ever met the victim?
Yeah. Sure.
Did you know him?
I spent 20 hours with Danny over a 9-month period in various children's functions.
When did you meet the victim?
I met the victim on January 12th, 2014. Wendy and I went to a comedy show at the Bradsfordville Blues Club, and we had to switch the kids off, and he was late and I was early.
Awkward.
Pretty awkward, yeah. And then Wendy feared him.
How do you remember that date? I mean, that was just like boom.
Because I was going through my calendar about a week ago trying to figure out how much shit she was pulling over the last 6 months. So I was just looking at the calendar trying to see how many. I was trying to get a sense of, it's actually more like a month. I was trying to get a sense of how much time is Wendy away from me. So I looked through my calendar, but I'm pretty good with names and dates and times and stuff. So
That's impressive.
yeah, it sounds kind of creepy probably, but when you could make that makes it like a stalker to her, of course, you know.
So you met him there on the 12th.
Yeah.
And you said you met him at some various children's functions.
Well, like when he was afraid of Danny, when he would almost have a panic attack in front of Danny, which always made me. And when he's pretty closed off, she doesn't disclose information easily. I wondered if he used to beat her ass. I mean, I didn't know, you know, but it seemed out of proportion for a guy who's just kind of a general dickhead, you know what I mean? It didn't make sense. She would get heart palpitations and stuff. So every time the kids had to go sing at sing on the Capitol steps for some function, I would go to kind of be run interference, basically. So I did a lot of that. Not that many times, maybe 6 to 10 times, but whenever it was, when I wasn't working, I was able to, I did that. So Danny and I were this close to each other, probably for 20 hours over a 9-month period. We were friendly to each other. He was nice. He was condescending, but nice.
Have you ever been to his residence?
I've driven past it with Wendy because that Trescott's a shortcut through Corn, so I've driven past it 100 times, but never stopped.
Right. Can you tell me where you were, like, up to and immediately after
Sure.
Friday?
Yeah, absolutely. Thursday night, I was very upset about all this, and I was going to Tennessee on Friday or Saturday. I had big plans. I called my friend and said, I'm really upset. He said, get in your car and drive. So Thursday at 7-ish, I just started driving north on 319 to get to 75. I drove probably halfway to Tennessee, stayed in a suburb of Atlanta Thursday night. Friday, I drove to Tennessee, Harrogate, Tennessee. I just got back.
So when you drove, what'd you drive? Your vehicle?
My car, my 2004 Nissan Sentra.
And you said you stopped in a suburb of Atlanta?
Mm-hmm.
Where was that?
Can't remember. I stayed at a really crappy Days Inn, maybe 20 miles south of Atlanta.
$20 miles south of Atlanta.
Yeah, roughly. I could pull up a credit card receipt if you really need to know.
Paid with a credit card?
Yeah. Used my credit card on the whole trip. And I stayed with a very close friend up there and his wife. So I stayed at their house.
Okay. Okay, so if you let me get a timeline
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
So Thursday you started driving. You drove up to roughly Atlanta.
Yeah, about 11:30 I pulled over. Yeah, it's getting tired.
All right, what time did you get up and leave?
Oh, I left at 9 a.m. I couldn't sleep that night. I was upset about Wendi. So I probably was up watching TV till 2:30 and I got up at 8:15 and I took a shower, got out of there at 9.
What time did you check out? 9?
I didn't check out. Just one of those crappy Blueback hotels. Just got in my car. And I'm in Tennessee by 2:30. I give you my friend's name if that helps, because he was, I stayed at his house with his wife.
Sure.
His name's Jonathan Leo, L-E-O. He's a professor.
You have a contact number for him, just so I can verify?
Absolutely. John's the dean of students in medical school. Leo, 865-278-8690.
And who is his wife?
His wife is Susan Leo. I don't have her number. I'm going to call her. But I arrived, I remember my exact time. It's about, I went straight there, so about 2-ish.
2:30?
Yeah.
All right. Did you make any stops in between here and there? Between that
to gas up.
What was that?
I stopped somewhere on 319, I believe. Yeah, I stopped somewhere on 319 Thursday night. On Friday, I don't remember on Friday. I have to check credit card records. I can't remember if I got enough gas. I just went straight through. But I stopped at 8 at some point on Friday. So there'd be a credit card receipt of me eating somewhere between Atlanta and Tennessee. I think I stopped at McDonald's.
And then when did you start coming back?
I left Sunday at about 10:30. Stopped in Kennesaw, Georgia to stay the night with a friend and just got back. I can give you their stuff if you need those. I must have.
Where'd you say that in Georgia?
Kennesaw.
Familiar.
It's Kennesaw.
Is that north of Atlanta?
I don't know. I I was using GPS. Sorry. This is Lisa Barbanel. It's Lisa Johnson is her name, actually. Her number is 678-451-3969.
Give me that 678.
678-451-3969. She's a professor at Kansas State.
Okay. And then you talked to me earlier this morning, and you came straight in.
Just got her.
Straight in from there. Let's go back a minute.
Yeah.
Talk about, you told me about this Miho.
I mean, he doesn't seem like a suspect to me, but I'm just thinking if you want to know men that Wendi has spent time with that suspect there's some romantic connection, maybe a paranoid boyfriend, maybe not, I don't know, but stayed with her for a week, or stayed in Miami for a week across Christmas break, and she saw him at a conference together in March. It seems very unlikely to me. Miguel, I don't know if you know the name Miguel, her ex-boyfriend. Again, all these people are like, they're not thugs, so it'd be pretty strange, but I don't know Miguel's last name. He's like a corporate guy at Exxon, I think. He hates Danny, but so did everybody. So, you could verify on her phone the text messages from Miguel and say, screw that guy, I hate that guy,
Where'd you say it works?
I think Exxon, he's in D.C.
She up to DC a lot?
No, he just moved there. She broke up.
Her?
Yeah. No, she doesn't go to D.C. a lot. But she dated him till like June. And he was in New Orleans for the year previous, so she went up to New Orleans a lot. So.
Weren't you dating her in March?
Now, this is June of 2013, they broke up.
June of 2013.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
so like June 2012 to June 2013, her and Miguel, which she kept. This is why, when you talk about the men thing, I don't think you can ask Wendi who you see and expect a straight answer. I don't think you can. I think there's an investigation required because, between you and I, she got asked a deposition about Miguel, divorce deposition. Like, are you seeing anybody? They're negotiating custody. She just lied at deposition. Nobody knew about him. So she just said, no, I'm not seeing anyone. She was seeing Miguel for a year.
When was this deposition?
I don't know.
How do you know she lied about it?
She told me she did. It was hearsay, but she was not, didn't seem to even blink an eye. I said, how did you handle that issue in custody? Because you're seeing Miguel, you're negotiating custody, and it's a thing, right? And she said, oh, well, nobody knew about Miguel, so I decided I didn't have a boyfriend. She did. So I'm sure that deposition's available to you. And when we started having the fight about Daniel Sack, she wiped her phone of every message about Sack. That's nothing to do with this. I don't think that was so. If I snooped, I wouldn't find anything.
Right.
But given the pattern of behavior, I just wouldn't be shocked if there is a guy in South Florida. There's another guy I don't even know about in town. I just wouldn't blow my mind. I mean, Wendi, she's a clinical instructor at the law school. She teaches 2 days a week from 12 to 2, 10 to 2, something like that. And she has tasks to do. She works. She has an awful lot of flexibility in her schedule. From 9 to 5, I wouldn't know what she was doing most days, So.
You think there's anybody that could have been obsessed with her? That she may have vented her frustration about Daniel to?
You mean Markel, right? Danny Markel.
Yes.
Yeah. I wonder about, I'm just speculating, this last trip in South Florida, this is really strange to me. We have a huge fight, and she's a very fragile person. I've been keeping her shit together for 9 months, and it's been a very unhealthy relationship. She really can't do life very well. It's kind of sad. And she gets by being really attractive and all this kind of stuff, but day-to-day life, she's independent. She needs a lot of help. So we had that huge fight. It was pretty devastating to her, completely devastating. So she goes to South Florida for 15 days, 14 days. With that on her mind, comes back, cuts out contact with me, and then this happens. It's just real strange to me, real strange. So I don't know. I have something I want to tell you, but I want it off there. I'm more concerned about my safety with what I'm going to tell you, to be honest. So how do we do that? Because it's just speculation, but Danny Markel just got I get killed, then I don't want to be next. I'm sorry if that sounds paranoid, but I do have some ideas.
Do you think there's some kind of correlation between Danny Markel and you that would make you an intended target of something?
I think there's two theories here. When I heard the news, I had thought three things. First, I thought Markel killed himself. He's been trying to punish Wendi for 2 years. This is the ultimate punishment. He's a narcissist, all that. I assume you guys eliminated that. I haven't read the paper. There was a suicide. Second thing was what you're talking about. Love triangle, that kind of thing. Third thing, some family members that are pretty protective of her and want her to live in South Florida. And that, I'm not talking about without some assurances, because there's some creepy stuff there. I don't know if there's anything to it. You guys could discover there's a meth head that killed him tomorrow. I get that. But there's some stuff on the family that...
Here's the thing, Jeff. I mean, we're outsiders looking in.
Yeah.
So any kind of insider perspective that you would have being on the inside, I'm welcome to hear.
Yeah.
And we'll entertain.
I know you entertain it, but I don't want it. I can't have this attributed to me. I can't. And if we have to do some end around, or you have to put me under oath, whatever you have to do, I want to help you guys find whoever did this. This is terrible. I didn't like Danny, but no one deserves this, you know?
Right.
On the other hand, if my theory was right, I would be, I probably sound paranoid, but. So how do we handle that? You said we give something to the director, and how do you do that?
Let's wait till the end. We'll get to that.
Okay. So I guess another thing I would say is just generally, the family desperately wants her back in South Florida.
When you say the family, are you meaning mom and dad and grandma and grandpa?
Mom,
who do you mean by family?
People that live in South Florida. Yeah, mother, father, and she has a brother. Those are the three people down in South Florida that...
What's her brother's name?
Charlie Adelson. He's a dentist.
And again, I'm not the lead investigator on this, so I don't know all of the players. As it relates. I didn't interview Wendi.
Gotcha.
So I'm kind of putting some of this together myself.
I got you.
As well. We're running concurrent investigation down different paths.
Of course.
Do you know if she's got any other family besides her mom and dad and her brother?
She has an older brother that lives in Albany, New York. They don't have a good relationship. I can't imagine he'd be involved. He's an orthopedic surgeon. It wouldn't make any sense.
What's his name?
Rob. He's estranged from the family, basically. He was there for 2 of the 14 days she was there. The visit went really bad. He was really rude to the family. Wendi is attractive enough that wouldn't be shocking to me. I need to see someone doing something crazy for her. Yeah, what I can't see her doing is asking, saying, hey, kill him. You know what I mean? But I don't know Wendi that well, as it turns out anyway, so I don't know even that kind of thing. As far as that, she never took me to South Florida with her even once. She did once. We spent 1 day down there with her brother. But she's been there. If you looked at the calendar, she was there July 1st to 14th. She was there Father's Day. She was there one time in between. I mean, she goes there a lot. So.
What did you think of her brother?
Her brother is an unusual guy. Not much empathy. He's a dentist and he's very wealthy, but he kind of hangs out with people from both sides of the tracks. And, he goes boating in South Beach with his rich buddies, and he also goes to his gym with some other kinds of characters kind of thing. So,
some less savory individuals?
I think so. Yeah, he's got a buddy who was Special Forces.
Okay. You talked about a couple of guys. You talked about Miguel and the Patel individual, and you said there was 3 or 4 total.
I'm just trying to think. Hold on. That might be it, actually. If you had Daniel, that was 3. Daniel Sack. I can't imagine any of those people had anything to do with this, but those were people that were don't know anything about Zach's relationship with Gil, and but he will definitely really into Wendy, obviously.
Okay. And you said that you'd never been to Danny's house.
No, never.
Never been to his house.
Drove past it 100 times, but never stopped.
And you've never had any kind of physical contact with Danny.
No. I'm surprised you guys didn't call me earlier, though, because I probably said 100 times in public that I like to kick his ass, because he's like really making Wendy suffer and things like that.
Right.
But no, I would never. I'm a professor. I'm a pussy. I'm not going to do anything like that.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
let me ask you this. Would you be willing to give us a sample of your DNA on your consent
100%.
for elimination purposes?
No problem.
I don't even know if the lead investigator wants it or
I'll
not.
do it. I'm not going to find it.
Yeah, I'm just seeing.
Pay that in credit cards. I mean, I'm not involved. It's obvious, so I'll do whatever you want.
Let me go see if I can talk about this off the record thing with
Okay.
my supervisor.
Okay.
See how she wants to handle that.
Okay.
And then if you'll just hang tight, are you good?
No problem, Joe. I'm fine. Just
Okay.
waiting.
Hey, Jeff, this is
Hi, Investigator Isom, Tallahassee Police.
I'm Jeff. How are you?
Jeff.
Yeah.
he's a lead investigator.
Okay.
I'm gonna let him talk to you for
Okay.
a minute. I'm gonna go run and try and find my supervisor
Okay.
and talk to her about your request.
Okay. Appreciate it.
All right, I'll be right back.
I'm here.
Okay. Corey said you were in Tennessee.
I was in Tennessee.
You had some type of relationship with Wendy.
I was her boyfriend until very recently.
Okay.
So, well, we're trying to last Tuesday, she sent me an email and said, I need a week to think. We were having problems. And, sorry, no problem.
Yes, sir. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Bye. Sorry. Go ahead.
No,
It's going to keep going. So
that's okay. Fine. We had a fight in late June. She was gone for 15 days to South Florida. She came back. We tried to reconnect. She said, I need a week to think. And that was last Tuesday. She sent me an email and said, hey, give me a week. Don't contact me, please. And this happened Friday. So,
the Tuesday before this is when she sent you the email?
yeah. We had dates on Monday and Tuesday, and after the second date, she sent me an email and said, don't contact me for a week. So,
Okay. Did she specify why?
I think it was something that her therapist and her came up with. She was a little confused. We had a lot of problems, so it was probably dying. But
Who's the therapist?
Kristen, I can't remember her last name. First name Kristen. She's over there in Midtown.
Did you go on there too?
Nah, she didn't want to go. Me. Then there'd be 2 points of view.
How do you spell your last name again?
Lacasse.
Okay, so what made you leave? Were you at a pre-planned trip? Just
Had a pre-planned trip, and I was upset because it's not good when you get an email from your girlfriend and you love telling you don't contact me for a week. I was like, oh fuck, this is no good, you know. So Thursday night I just took off driving. I was like, all my friends, I'm coming early. So I just took off Thursday night at about 7.
okay. Are these professional people?
Yeah, they are. I'm a professor at FSU, and the guy I went to go see is the professor at medical school up there. So.
Okay. Just are you Jewish?
No.
Okay.
All my friends are,
I-
for some reason.
yeah. I'm starting to find out more and more.
There's like 100 of them in all town.
Right. I think I'll probably meet all of them before it's over with.
I bet you will.
Okay, so everything's fine Monday and Tuesday, but
Well, it's not fine. We had a huge fight at the end of June.
End of June, okay.
Yeah, and then she went to South Florida for 14 days. It was really bad timing because we had the worst fight we've ever had. I thought she was seeing other people. She said she wasn't. She's real fragile, so she took it really badly. And she went to South Florida for 14 days. Didn't hear from her much while she was there. She came back. We tried to reconnect. That was last Monday and Tuesday. We had dates Monday and Tuesday. And the second date, she was done, it seemed like. But that's when I got that email right after that date.
Okay.
So it's really sad.
You care about it a lot?
Oh, yeah. Love with that girl. I don't think there's anyone that spent more time with Wendi in the last 9 months than me.
What about the sack guy? What's the story with him?
She wouldn't tell me. That's what the fight was about.
Oh.
So I don't know.
You know him?
Met him in a coffee shop for 10 seconds one time. I walked in on him having coffee together. That's what the fight's all about. So.
Oh, she thought you were stalking her or something? Yes, sir. Yeah, well. One 9848. Yeah. Yes. I don't know. It's just the reason it came to light was because of that case. When was that? Is it intact cartridge? I think it's going to be an intact unfired cartridge. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, that's how she ended up seeing it, I think, with the help of her therapist. That was just me walking into All Saints coincidentally, but I looked through her calendar to see if she was seeing this guy. So once I did that, she was like scandalized by it. So
Okay.
he was throughout the calendar. I was like, okay, well, there we go.
So you're seeing Stack.
Sick. I don't know what kind of relationship they have. For all I know, they were platonic friends. I don't have any data. You know what I mean?
He was a professional.
He's a professor at Amherst. He just moved to Massachusetts. It would be bizarre if he was a suspect. But if you want to know the names of the people she's involved with, that's one of the people.
Okay. All right. Who do you think is involved in this? You know some of the background, I'm sure, by now.
Yeah, I know pretty well.
Okay. You know that her ex-husband has been murdered.
I do.
Okay. I'm sure you've talked to people or social media.
I've been out of town, so I haven't heard everything, but I'd had one 15-minute conversation with a friend, and I certainly know that Danny, Markel, and Wendy's story. I've been living through all this courtship with her for the last 9 months, you know. So.
Okay, so it's pretty contentious between the two of them.
Yeah, Danny was not very nice. I mean, I'm sorry he's dead. No one deserves this, but I don't know if you guys had a chance to read the court pleadings he filed, but they're almost insane. I mean,
I have not read them.
You got to look at those. I mean, they are. It seems like an insane person.
Okay.
They're like this thick, and he tries to get Wendy disbarred. And he calls her name. I mean, it's the rantings of a lunatic, basically. But every time she got one of these, she would melt down for like 2 weeks. And he was constantly manipulating the legal system to keep her in stress, and he was punishing her very effectively. So yes, I certainly there's a motive for someone that wants to. And also, Wendy didn't want to be in Tallahassee. I mean, she wanted to live in South Florida.
Oh, really?
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's what was interesting was I was probably the only thing in Tallahassee. I hope this doesn't sound totally narcissistic, but we were doing well. She's like, yeah, I'll stay here in Tallahassee for you, and because I have to, because Markel's got this custody.
Right. She can't leave.
She can't leave the beach. In terms of liking Tallahassee, I don't think she liked much about Tallahassee except dating me. I mean, she did not like it.
Okay.
And then we broke up. Then this happens. It's kind of strange.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay.
Just the timing's
Right.
weird to me. When I heard, I was like, wait a damn second.
Okay. Well, hypothetically, if that is the case, she breaks up with you. From what you're saying, it sounds kind of permanent.
Yeah,
but
well, actually, I was waiting to hear when this happened, so I don't know.
Because she said, "Give me a week," or
Yeah.
"Let me have a week," or
Yeah.
"I need to leave me alone for a week,"
Yeah.
or whatever. Did you respond to that request?
I know. No way. I was hoping to get her back, so
I mean, did you respond to the email?
No, she said, I will take your silence as an agreement.
Oh, that was the ending?
And that's what the therapist does, is like, see if you can, have good boundaries, it's that kind of thing. I'm like, I'll leave her alone. I did call, when this happened, I called her friend, Jay McPherson, and said, hey, can I send Wendy a text or something? I was worried about her. So I just sent her a 1-paragraph text and never got a response. I haven't heard from her.
Okay, what did you fly? I guess you drove.
I drove my car, yeah.
What kind of car do you have?
2004 Nissan Sentra.
And that was something I was going to kind of clear up. I was looking at my notes here. You said Thursday you drove north in the vehicle. What time did you head out of here?
About 7. And I would have got gas.
7 p.m.
Yeah, I would have got gas by 8 or 9, and I would have checked into the hotel by 11:30. I was getting tired, and then I would have been on the road the next day. I would have done a McDonald's by 1 in the afternoon. A couple hours north of Atlanta is my guess. I could check credit cards or whatever I need.
What's the color of this 2004?
Metallic gray.
You got any receipts with you?
Don't have receipts. You got a computer I can put me in front of. I can show you all my credit card stuff.
Oh, you do it on the phone?
So you know what? I can put up my app. I can show you.
Who do you have credit card service with?
Capital One is the one I was using most. I also got a SunTrust thing.
Which one do you use for your trip, though?
Well, I would use both depending. So whichever one I grab. But I will pull this up for you. Hold on. Okay. Recent activity. Yeah, there you go. I mean, there's all that. Take a look. I guess I don't have time, so it's got dates.
Is this through your bank?
No, that's just Capital One.
So Capital One sends you this, or you just pull it up?
It's an app on the phone.
Okay.
So that's my statement.
Can you go further back?
Yeah.
As far as
What date are we looking at? What date are you guys interested in? 20th or 21st?
18th.
18th, sorry.
I'll be right back.
One other piece of detail that might help. I got a flat tire in between South Atlanta and Tennessee.
Okay.
And I got it around Athens, Georgia. And I don't see it on here yet. Oh, I paid him cash. I had cash on me. It was this good old boy. He said cash is fine. So, cost me $60. I had to get 2 new tires put on my car. There's a tire shop there. Actually, this is it right. Open on here. And there's my days in. Is the 18th you're interested in?
Oh, yeah. That was the day of the event.
Yeah, I only got. That was the Kmart. I went to Kmart while I was waiting for my car. So anyway,
What was the name of the tire shop?
Shit, I couldn't tell you. I think the wrecking was Ray or Roy's wrecking. Yeah, that held me up a couple hours. Miller Tire.
What is it?
Miller Tire. Yeah, that would be Miller Tire, and that would be it's one of those off ramps off the 75. I don't know what the name of the town is, but it's by Athens. And that would have been about
What day was that?
that's the it's the 18th. Yeah. Let me find out what time it was for you. Because I texted my friend to say I had a flat.
So if you get up at 9 a.m. and you're in Tennessee by 2:30,
Well, got my flat at 12:30. So I gave you an earlier time. I didn't get to Tennessee. So I got the flat at 12:30. Forgot about that. I was planning to get there by 2:30. I probably didn't get there till 4:15. So yeah, Miller Tire, and I think Roy's wrecking. I'm gonna try to find what the wreck shop was.
sure.
Let you guys kind of document all this.
I talked to my boss as far as whatever you wanted to talk about off the record,
Yeah.
and she gave me the answer that I kind of expected she would, and ultimately it depends on what it is you're going to say. Because if it's something that's instrumental to the investigation, it can't really be off the record because, I mean, we're trying to solve a guy's homicide
I
here.
know. It's hearsay. It's tertiary hearsay. I don't know if that's useful to you.
Yeah.
I tell you something.
I mean-
Somebody told me. Somebody else told me.
Yeah, I mean, and you'd have to tell me what it was, and I would have to say, okay, is this something that can be excluded from the report, or is it something that's inculpatory? Is it something that
Maybe I can just make it simpler than that. Maybe I could just say, I would be investigating Charlie Adelson.
okay?
Maybe it's that simple.
What makes you say that?
Um,
And again, and here's another thing: we're talking to a lot of people
sure you
here,
are. Sure you are.
and you know, you're just telling us what you think,
Sure.
and everybody else is doing the same
Of
thing,
course. I don't-
and that's
right.
okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
What we're trying to do is just get all the puzzle pieces before we start trying to put the puzzle together.
Yeah.
We're still in the stages of getting all the pieces.
I got you. I got you.
So why do you think it would be pertinent for us to investigate Charlie?
He's very angry about Danny. And if you met, I know he's down there, you can't get him in front of you, but you're, experienced investigator. If you got in front of this guy, he'd set off your radar, set off mine. I used to do juvenile justice, I used to do forensic psychiatry. He set off my radar a little bit. He's a weird guy. Strange guy. He's a conduct disorder kid. And he hates Danny. And see if I can put it a little vaguely. Or not, but this enough to be useful here.
Let's not put it vague. Let's go with what you know specifically.
Wendi had reported to me that Charlie had considered all the options possible to take care of this problem. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
And when she said it,
When did she disclose this to you?
I don't remember when, but she said it was chilling because she said, "Can I tell you something confidentially?" And I said, "Sure." She said, "I think Charlie kind of looked into some options, like literally saw how and why, and how you would do this if you did it." I think this was last summer when she had her petition to relocate denied. That family wants her back there so bad.
This is when she disclosed this to you, was last summer?
No. This is when
Charlie
had been examining all the options.
Okay.
He's a very successful dentist, but he reeks of antisocial behavior. Now, I could be 100% wrong, but I wouldn't want to miss that if I was investigating it. He's got a close friend who's a ex-special forces guy, like a Navy SEAL or something he hangs out with all the time.
What did she say to you specifically? I mean, when you say
she said, Charlie. I can't remember exactly, but it had something to do with the amount of money it would cost to have someone killed.
What did she say?
Something like Charlie looked into how much it would cost to have someone killed. Something like that. Some statement like that. I can't remember.
Did she give you a dollar amount?
But that's the other thing. He's a dentist, but he's an independent businessman. He has a bunch of practices, and he's a Ferrari, and he's a millionaire, and this kind of stuff. So he has a lot of resources. And this might screw them. From me talking to him myself in the hot tub one time, a few things Wendi said.
When was this?
March 15th-ish. I was there for the one day with him. I stayed at his house.
Of this year?
Yes. Wendi and him were talking. I'm just listening. I just met him an hour earlier. We're sitting in the hot tub having a beer. It's a really nice house. And I guess this is what occurred.
Was anybody else in the hot tub with you guys?
Not during this part of the conversation. Another guy, his roommate, came in eventually, and they just started to talk about girls and stuff like that. But and I'm not trying to play cop here, but I do know one thing you'd be looking for is a lump sum of money moving around, and some kind of crazy stuff happened. And I think there's a lot of financial irregularities. I think there's a lot of tax fraud kind of stuff, and putting stuff in different people's names and moving money around, and there might be cash. I don't know exactly what, but he's not doing anything on the up and up in his finances. It was pretty clear. He was pretty open about that. So I thought about it. If you guys do look into it, I don't know that.
How the exact conversation in the hot tub go?
He was just talking about, I put that in Dad's name, I put that in Mom's name, and it was just clear that
hiding resources.
Yeah.
Monetary resources.
Yeah. So if you have to do an investigation, that's something you guys should know, because I think there's a lot of, I don't know if it's illegal, but I know there's a lot of, he plays the system, This guy's so inappropriate. We're sitting, please don't write this down. He's so inappropriate. We're sitting in the hot tub, and he starts talking about sex acts with his girlfriend that he did to punish her for bad behavior in front of his sister. And I didn't know what to do. I just met him, protected with my girlfriend. This is just so weird, It's like this guy's, his social radar is way off. His sense of right or wrong, just norms, is just off. He set off my radar. Now, I don't know if he did this. If you're looking at somebody, don't miss him. And I could also see him doing this without ever telling Wendi he did do it. I could see Wendi being innocent, puzzled, and Charlie did. I could totally see that scenario. He's very protective of her. I think that's more likely than romantic. All the romantic couplings are with highly educated, high elite status men.
You don't want to throw that away.
Who've got a lot to lose. I mean, she doesn't slum that I know of at all. She doesn't.
Well, I mean, this Charlie guy's a millionaire by your own admission. So
Yes. Well, he is. He's got this buddy.
he's got a lot to lose.
He does. He does. He's also really cocky and arrogant and narcissistic. So, I wish you had him in front of you because I think he'd set off your alarm bells. That doesn't mean he did it, but he's aggressive. He's argumentative. Self-focused on himself completely. He's got 3 girlfriends at a time, which some people do that, I know, but no qualms about it, you know.
So you think he may be good for it?
Assuming this isn't a botched burglary or something like that, he's the first. He probably popped into my head within 20 seconds of hearing this. I mean, there's all kinds just to give you some context that may be helpful. Last summer, when they were trying to figure out how to manipulate this divorce or work the divorce, I guess, so they could get, it's a bad fight, all this kind of stuff. They were talking about Wendi converting the kids to Christianity just to annoy Daddy. I mean, this has been a pitched battle, I mean, we fed the kids bacon regularly. He tries to keep them kosher. There's all kinds of passive aggressive things going on here, So the family is it's important that you know this, actually, man. The family is so unhealthily enmeshed, so completely enmeshed, that Wendi is not really an adult. When she drives to South Florida, every single time those 2 parents drive up here and drive with her down. They don't trust her to drive from Tallahassee to Miami. They're just, it's not a normal family. It's not like she's a 35-year-old that has 2 kids and come down to see us. It's complete enmeshment. It's a matter of they infantilized her. She's considered the baby still. She's 35 years old. Charlie protects her. So just, I don't know if this could be bizarre fantasy. I know you guys are hearing all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
I hope to God it wasn't Charlie, honestly, but that's what popped into my head.
Right. Okay.
I'm so sorry.
You're okay.
I got stuff happening everywhere.
I just spit it all out. So
Did you really?
missed
Okay. All right. Thank you. Who did it?
He's thinking, her brother Charlie could be a viable suspect. I mean, I don't know if we've ruled him out or not.
Nobody's ruled out.
I don't think Charlie would have done it, by the way. But he's one of these. He's a real rich guy, but he's got friends on both sides of the tracks, and he's real street smart. He's always trading and stuff like that, and got this buddy that's in the special forces, and so he's like a dentist, but he's hanging out with guys that different social class actually, and kind of antisocial, impulsive, angry, fiercely protective of Wendi. And I've heard him say, I'd like to kill that motherfucker. I mean, I've heard him say that so many times. Now, I said that out loud too, and I didn't do it. But there's something different about Charlie. He reminds me of like an antisocial.
Charlie's an older brother.
Yeah.
She's the baby girl.
She's the baby girl.
Is Charlie older or younger than this one up in Albany?
He's the middle kid, I think.
Charlie is?
Yeah. If you had him in front of you, he'd set off your alarm bells.
Okay.
Doesn't mean he did it, but...
No, I know that, but why? Okay, all right. So you're basically saying out of, what's his name up in Albany?
Yeah, Rob, no way.
He's the oldest?
Yeah, he's the oldest, yeah.
Out of Charlie, Mom, Dad, who else is there?
It's just Charlie, Mom, Dad. Down there, that's
okay.
it. That's it.
All right, out of those 3, you're saying Charlie would be the most volatile to do something? What would he do?
He'd get his buddy in the special forces to do this, or he'd get some seedy guys down in the Cuban neighborhood or something like that. That's what he would do. Something like that. I mean, the main thing I told him was that Wendi had told me that he had looked into how much it would cost last summer.
Wendi told you that?
She did.
That Charlie had looked into how much it would cost. So
She said it in a dead serious, chilling, uncomfortable kind of way. Not like I joke around and like to kill Dan Markel. I'm sick of his shit. That's different. This was like, she said confidentially.
okay, you and her one-on-one?
One-on-one, late at night, and
What you supposed to have?
it was late at night, and she told me that. This last summer when her petition to relocate was about to be denied.
Oh, because she wanted to take the kids out.
Well, they want her down there so bad. The family's so enmeshed, so tight, so unhealthy. She's like the baby. So, if you met Charlie, he's an unusual guy.
Okay.
No.
So if you just so I understand, I don't misinterpret.
Yeah.
What exactly? How did she say it, and what did she exactly say?
Yeah, and I want to from memory, but something like I said. We're also talking about us, because I was like, would you ever leave under any circumstances? I know you don't love it here. Am I going to be dating you for 2 years and you just move? She's like, I can't because of Danny. And she said, yeah, it doesn't matter. Something about it would be convenient if Danny wasn't around anymore. But, he doesn't want anything to happen to him or something like that. She said, but Charlie actually looked into how that would be done and how much it would cost. She might have said, I think, Charlie. I don't remember. But it was chilling. In the moment, I was like, my stomach flipped. I was like, whoa.
The crux of the statement is my brother Charlie has looked into how much it would cost to
take care of somebody. Yeah.
take care.
This guy has very little empathy. He's just a weird guy. I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying if you're looking at somebody, you can't miss Charlie. I think that's more likely than a romantic thing.
Boy, that's you.
Yeah, it's not me.
The other guy's gone. Sacked, wherever
Yeah,
he's gone to.
And by the way, make sure that she saw Sack once a week for 20 minutes of sex. I don't know the relationship, I don't know what kids learn about me. So I don't know.
Yeah. Sorry. Tyson. Yeah. What? I don't have time for her. I said, great. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, buddy. Thanks. Bye.
Before I forget, the other thing is that I didn't know about Sack for 9 months and I was with boyfriend for 6. So I was telling him, I've always suspected there's a guy in South Florida I never know about. Maybe that's just a paranoid boyfriend. I wouldn't believe Wendi when she says, what Jeff. Yeah, you got to start the ground zero. She lies. There's been a lot of men since it were going to me. So yeah, I just wonder if there's a guy in South Florida. She always drops out of sight when she's down there. Phone calls not returned. Voicemail.
Did you go down there?
No, she doesn't let me go. That's why I think there's a guy down there.
Okay. Did Charlie come up here?
Charlie never comes up here.
And how did you meet Charlie then?
Oh, I went to Charlie. I met Charlie one time. I went down there one time for one day.
Okay.
We were in a Immokalee and we just drove over and spent an evening with him. So I spent 4 hours for Charlie.
What are you doing in Immokalee? I know where that is.
Yeah, alternative spring break for FSU kids.
Okay.
So we're helping out the farm workers and stuff.
Okay.
So we spent a night in a hot tub with Charlie. That was it. But I've always told him, I always suspected that I'm the paranoid ex-boyfriend, so right. But she goes to South Florida awful lot.
Okay.
She's always a little weird when she comes back, romantically and stuff like that. So I just always kind of suspected. So I wouldn't. Obviously, the connection is now she can go to South Florida.
Right. We see that part.
Yeah.
Who's this Green Beret? Did you say?
And that I don't know anything about this guy. I just know that on Facebook there's a lot of pictures of him, and Wendy's told me stories about him. I guess the point is that Charlie doesn't just hang out with other dentists. He hangs out with all kinds of people. So it's not like he's some snobby dentist that's not going to hang out. This guy did 5 years in Afghanistan, so it just popped into my head.
Charlie did?
No, Charlie's friend did.
Was Charlie in the military?
No, he's a dentist. He's a dentist. So. But when Charlie talks, he talks about cross-section of people. He has friends all across the spectrum, including, some unsavory characters.
Let's go back to the statement that she made. I just want to clarify the stuff. She tells you, she goes, yeah, my brother, I think the phone was going off. Yeah, my brother has checked, or my brother has something along those lines, has has inquired as to how much it would cost?
Something like that. I can't give you an exact quote. It might have been, I think Charlie, here's an example. She might have said, I think Charlie might have looked into how much it cost to actually have that done. He's down there in Miami when it's, it's not unheard of. Something like that.
All right.
It just had crossed Charlie's mind. Bottom line, it occurred to Charlie that was one way to take care of the problem.
And he wants to help sis?
He is fiercely protective of her. He wants her back in South Florida so bad. The whole family does. She never, you guys know the background? She never wanted to be here, ever. I mean, she came here with Markel. They're supposed to be here a year, then move on. He had a job at Miami. He was an asshole, so he lost it. He said, no, I'll go back to FSU and stay there. They're stuck here. So he's doing great. He's the Sandy Dillenberg professor of law and all that stuff. Wendy gets a shitty job that she doesn't really like, doesn't like the area. She's doing her best to make it work, but she hates it. Never wanted to live here. Never thought she'd live here.
This is all from her, right?
Yeah, this is all straight from her. You kidding me? I'm her boyfriend trying to convince her this is a great place to stay. Get a new attitude. This is a daily conversation, I'm like, I love Tallahassee. Moved here on purpose. So it's a daily conversation. Like, look, wake up, it's pretty, that kind of stuff,
And her whole thing is, no, I still don't.
Because I'm trying, but it's, I didn't choose it.
Okay.
I didn't choose it, and that makes it hard. That daily.
I didn't choose it, and that makes it hard.
And she loves Miami. She just loves it. When we're down there, she just lights up. It's a whole different thing.
Is it Miami or Fort Lauderdale?
It's Coral Springs, but it's Miami.
Okay.
It's Miami.
So, so a daily thing is you're trying to tell her how great this area is and so forth, and she's basically putting it down, and I'm stuck here. My husband didn't want it or couldn't keep the job at UM, or Nova.
It was UM. Yeah.
And he screwed that up.
Yeah. He was so abrasive. I'm sure you heard a lot about that. He was so abrasive that they're like, "You're a great scholar. We don't want to put up with your butt every day. So get out of here."
Okay.
He had to work pretty hard to lose that job.
Okay. What was the reason? I mean, I know that there was some type of contention, and I don't know if it was the child rearing, or do you know that?
I can tell you anything you want to know about that. I've read every legal document that.
No. What did she personally tell you?
Tell me about child rearing?
Well, the reason for their divorce. How did she get to this point?
Oh, Danny was. Give you a couple examples of Markel. They would drive from here to Miami as a family. Oh, this is before they had kids, even as a family, both. Danny would work on his computer. He had one of those converters, so you can plug your laptop in. Wendy was required to drive, and Wendy was required not. That's the thing.
Sorry. Yes, sir. Say again? Okay. Do you have Couch's number? Yeah, I'm going to have him. I'm busy right now. I'm going to have him meet, and then I'm going to talk to him when they're done downstairs or wherever they do the buckle. I'll look. Are you already on the second floor? Okay, just get Couch. He's waiting for you. Thanks.
And Markel's rule was, you may not speak. Tallahassee to Miami.
From Tallahassee to Miami.
And she said she would be like, Dick, I'm working. He's a total control freak, emotionally abusive, controlled the finances, just ran her shit. And I don't know if he hit her or not, but I can tell you, if you just raise your voice to her like that, she flinches like she's got her ass kicked yesterday. So I've wondered about violence. I don't know. She says no, but people lie. Wendy lies a lot. So he was pretty mean to her. And as she went to get married, every friend she had was begging her, don't marry this guy. He's the biggest asshole we've ever met. And she got caught up in the Harvard law and elitism and all this kind of stuff. And she was in a bad place. Made a bad decision, got married to a guy. I just got divorced last year, so I understand.
Oh, you did?
I got married to the wrong woman, too, so I get it. That's how we bonded, actually. Picked the wrong people before. So it was a bad marriage from day one. I mean, pretty much. According to her, at least. By the second year, it was awful. And then having kids will fix it. People try that. So he was also an absent father. I mean, he came home 9 o'clock every night, she claims. And that would play with the kids for 10 minutes. That was it. She did everything. Kind of like a house slave. And then when he went to go get divorced, he tried to get 100% custody of the kids. So if you read these legal documents that he's filed, I don't know if you read it, but they give you insight into it's pretty crazy.
I haven't had the time, but I will.
Yeah, it's a lot of lunacy shines through.
But I'm sure he had his side of it too.
I'm sure he did, and well, that's what I wonder about is with all the stuff I talked about with Wendy with me. I mean, he was controlling. Well, maybe he's trying to keep his wife in control. I don't know.
Right.
But you must have heard. Don't want to speak ill of the dead. He wasn't well liked. It's bizarre to open up the paper and see all these comments about how a great guy he was. I know one person in my social circle, Alan Grossman, that was reasonably friendly with him. Everyone else does that guy's son.
How you know Al?
He's friends with Tomi Gomori, who's a professor with me at Florida State. I know Alan 10, 15 years.
Was Al in education?
No, they're just friends. They're Jewish. It's all Jewish.
Oh,
it's all
okay.
Jewish
Okay.
stuff. Yeah.
You're hovering around.
I'm an honorary Jew, I guess.
Okay.
That's what they call me.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't know the truth about their marriage, but I do know that it was really, really hard on Wendy. And when we got to the legal stuff, he was vicious. He was really vicious. So.
Anything? Did she ever tell you anything concerning any incidents when Danny and Charlie were together, or Danny and any other family? I mean, was it kind of like, hey, Danny, you sleep over here in the doghouse or something? You don't.
No. It was more like the family. This is what she did. She introduced me to her parents. She said last time that it was so awkward because it went so badly because they all hated Danny. Charlie hated Danny. Her parents hated Danny.
Do you know why?
He is in person. He is so arrogant. He was so unlikable. He would just talk down to people. He was one of these Harvard guys.
Okay.
And it was just like, when I met him in an awkward meeting, I was early. I was late. He was early, and we met for the first time. He insulted me 3-4 times in
Really?
10 sentences, just in subtle, like, haughty, snobby kind of ways. Like, oh, are you a lawyer? And just little comments here and there, So he was passive aggressive about it. He wasn't in your face. He wasn't yelling, but he insulted. He would just tell you, say you're stupid.
Okay.
I mean, that's just how he talked. He thought he should do.
He's basically subtly insulting you the entire conversation.
Yeah, he did. I mean, as far as Wendy and him, he did all kinds of little things to intimidate her. I don't know if he knew he was doing it, but she was scared of him. I would go with her I would go with her to functions that he was at to kind of reassure her and run interference because she would get heart palpitations and stuff around him. And it seemed completely out of the scope of normal. I got an ex-wife. I can get in front of her. Not a big deal.
Right.
For her, it was like, will you please come with me to soccer practice or whatever it was. So, swim lessons 3 weeks ago. Will you come with me to swim lessons because Danny's going to be there? And she would just freak out.
Did you go?
I did go.
Was he there?
Yeah, he was there.
Was everything okay between you and him?
Well, everything was fine. We kind of moved through a phase where first we were real friendly, shaking hands, and then we got like, hey, I'm not going to shake your hand. We're on different sides of this thing, that kind of thing. But it was always reasonably friendly.
Did he introduce you to him as your boyfriend, your current boyfriend?
No.
Friend?
I don't remember what she said. This is Jeff, I think.
Okay.
That was a point of contention between us. She didn't call me her boyfriend until very recently. So
okay.
I think because she might have had other ones. I think that might have been the issue.
Okay.
Maybe Dan Sack was also a boyfriend.
Okay.
But again, I don't know anything about their relationship. I just know that she wouldn't help me anything.
And you found out?
I snooped through her agenda and found out, yeah. Well, she also told me about his existence, but
You snooped through her agenda?
I did.
Oh, on her book?
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you get shocked when you see that, look at that stuff.
Well, I was about ready to leave anyway at the time, so it was like, why not?
Because there was strife between you?
It was.
Okay.
Well, she told me about him, and then gave me a bullshit story about him. I asked who she dated when we first started seeing each other, and she started talking about him. I said, when did you stop seeing him? And she said, November. And I was like, it's not true. I could smell that guy in February. What are you talking about?
Okay.
So anyway, it turned into a thing. But I just want to emphasize, I don't want to be like the bitter ex-boyfriend trying to bitch on Daniel's sack, because I'd be shocked if he had anything to do with it.
Yeah. It's all his. Did you already go through I think I missed the credit card stuff. Got all the timestamps.
We actually got distracted and didn't go through all of that stuff, but he said he had a flat tire right outside of Athens, and they kind of brought him in later.
Yeah, I got
what he
415,
initially said.
but I did have a flat tire outside of Athens and was stuck there for maybe.
He does have can you show him a receipt
Yeah,
for the Miller's tire shop there?
I didn't know credit cards wouldn't have times on it. That's interesting.
We already got his phone number.
Yes.
Is there anything else I can? I just don't think there's.
He did say he was willing to give buckle if you need it or want it. Is that something you want to do?
I can call him back. We have his phone number.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy drives in from Georgia, Tennessee, whatever, and comes straight here, from what I understand, what you told me.
I didn't do that.
Okay.
It's probably just give it a second here. I guess the thing that keeps popping up in my head is, don't write this down, but just so you know, if you're investigating, I've been shocked how easily Wendi lies to my face. I've been dating 25 years. I'm not an inexperienced man out there, but her and Charlie both have this sociopathic kind of thing where it doesn't seem to bug them at all. So if you had her in front of you for 9 hours.
Are her parents from the United States?
They are first generation. I think their parents were Holocaust kind of things. So yeah. And they're weird, but I don't have a hard time imagining being involved. But they are strange people.
Right.
I mean, in 9 months of dating her, they probably said 20 words.
Okay.
This is not coming up.
Okay. I tell you what. Let's just do this.
Okay.
When you get your paper copies,
Okay.
send them to Corey for me,
I will.
and then
If you can give me an email address, I can send them to you.
either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then that way.
My name and contact.
I'll just-
My email's in there as well.
And all we basically are doing is we're substantiating. We do this with everybody. You're
Yeah,
not
of
the
course.
first in this
Of
case.
course.
We're just substantiating. This was his whereabouts according to his financial records. He was traveling. He was not in town.
Yeah.
Yes, he's her former boyfriend, but this is where he was at according to his financial records.
Of course.
So that's all we basically want to do. And it's basically we eliminate, and then we get down to who we're really looking at.
Yeah.
You understand. This is it's not brain surgery or anything, but I'm trying to think of anything else I could ask you at this time, and
I'd be wanting to come back. I just don't want to spend more time with Wendi if there's anything.
Here's another thing that I typically ask people. Is there anything that you didn't disclose that maybe we didn't ask that you think is of note or is important? Because a lot of times you've thought about this just as much as we have.
So
I mean,
thought
you
about
got a
it.
whole trip to think about and
Yeah,
analyze
yeah.
all this stuff.
It's a pretty screwed up family.
I mean, but I'm trying to, everybody's probably in the same brainwave. For murder?
Doesn't seem likely to me.
No,
Charlie,
but I'm asking your opinion, not.
I can't see the parents being involved. I got the email and I thought of Charlie within a couple moments.
Okay.
That's what I thought of.
Charlie personally or Charlie hiring somebody?
No way, Charlie. No way.
Can't?
Wouldn't do it.
Could pull the trigger?
I don't know about that. I don't know him that well. I was telling him I used to work juvenile justice a little bit in forensic psychiatry. He gave me the creeps. But I could see him hiring. I could see you don't follow the rules, man. I mean, that's how he lives his life. Goes to South America, sees prostitutes. I mean, he does his own thing.
Is he married?
No, he's got 3 girlfriends at all times.
Okay.
Rotates them, and they don't know each other exists, and that's not a crime.
Right.
But the ease with which he did it was no empathy for other people. That's
Kind of a deceitful person to start with.
Sure.
I do claimant here. Okay.
Where do you want me to sit, man?
You could just sit right here, and I'll sit right here with you.
Made a couple of notes.
Okay. Do you have a credit card?
I do.
The one that you sent me the email
Got it right here.
on? Can I just make a copy of that?
Yeah.
I'm not going to charge anything to you.
That's fine. That's fine.
But I just got to show.
You can't trust the police to hold on to your credit card.
Well, here's the thing. Your account doesn't necessarily show that you are the account holder. There's nothing in that
Gotcha.
correspondence.
Gotcha.
So I'm just going to make a copy of this. And really what this is doing is just working to exclude you as a suspect.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I can also you've pretty much done that.
Well, I thought so. I'm sure my cell phone records would show that too.
Well, I kind of showed this to my boss, and they're like, well, let's just go ahead and verify that he has this account number.
Sure, gotcha.
And you weren't logging on to somebody else.
Yeah.
Conspiracy theory stuff, I know.
Gotcha.
But,
well, no, you guys got to be careful.
yeah, we got to check everything out. So I'll be right back. I'll
Yeah,
I'll make a copy of this and then I'll come right back. Thought I was locked in here for a second. Okay.
Okay. I just thought of a few things that might be useful to you.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, got a million things going on here.
Sure you do.
And now, is this just kind of like theory kind of stuff, or is it just kind of you had some time to think about what I talked to you
actually,
about?
what it's been is I had a 14-day break while she was in South Florida. And last 7 days, I haven't heard from her yet. So we're at day 22, 23. No longer under the spell. I'm starting to see a few things a little more clearly.
Okay.
It's been a month since we were intimate, a month since she kind of controlled me that way. So it's I'm starting to clear up a little bit, man. I'm not under the spell. So there's just some things I think you should know. I'll try to go quick. I know you're busy.
Okay.
But
I appreciate you.
first, there was two quick things. You probably already have these, but there's a professor in the department that's totally obsessed with her. You probably already got that.
Who was that?
He's got really bad teeth. I don't know his name. He called her goddess, and he would send her inappropriate texts. I can't imagine that Wendi wouldn't have mentioned that, but just to make sure you had it. He's an older guy, probably in his 60s. I don't know his name, but he called her goddess. And he's no fan of Markel.
I think I know who you're talking about. I haven't talked to him specifically, but
Seems unlikely, but I figured you want everything.
Yeah.
And there was this was one I thought of. There was a student in the fall that was really inappropriate with her. She forwarded a couple of emails to me, and he actually kissed her on the mouth during a teacher-student meeting in her office. That was kind of weird. So I don't know his name or anything else, but there was this student that, if you're looking for obsession, that was strange for a student to lean in and kiss a professor on the mouth,
yeah.
So that's just when you would know the name. She forwarded the email. She was disturbed. But I don't,
Okay.
If you really needed it, I have that email somewhere. Might have just been a cocky student trying to pick up his hot prof. I don't know, but
If you can find it, you got my email address.
yeah. Would you like to see that one? Okay, I'll
Sure,
see
yeah.
I think his address is on it.
Yeah, we haven't excluded anyone really at this point.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay, a couple other things. I've been seeing a therapist since about, I don't have any major mental health problems, but just to try to deal with Wendi, I was seeing my therapist I used to see when I was going through my divorce. So I was thinking about what we talked about in there. I mean, I've spent like $2,000 on therapy trying to figure out how to deal with Wendi. She's been really hard to handle. And I realized I never put it together. But he, for months, has been concerned that she's a sociopath. And I didn't tell you guys that before. I still love Wendi. I was under her spell. She'd call me tomorrow. I'd probably go back to her. But there's a lot of stuff that, as I look back, is really strange. To give you a couple examples. Well, I guess one of the things I worry about is Wendi has this public persona. And she's a very good actress. She's very charismatic and all this kind of stuff. And she knows a lot of people. Everybody in Tallahassee knows Wendi. You probably discovered that already. I mean, she's in every social circle. She's very social butterfly-esque and out there and stuff. But in terms of people that know her intimately, have spent like a lot of time with her and seen behind the curtain, I think it's Markel, me, and maybe that SAC guy the last 12, 13 years. I mean, she doesn't, you know what I mean? So some of the stuff I had seen was pretty crazy stuff. I mean, no sense of guilt, no empathy, hypersensitivity to criticism. When I said, hey, you cheated, I mean, that's fucked up. She would not apologize. She would not say she felt bad. She would not say she made a mistake. She's a total pathological liar. And I feel bad saying all this because I still love her. She has these flaws and I would have stayed with her. But if you look back at Markel's legal documents, he's constantly talking about her systematic pattern of deception, how she lies all the time. And she told me once, I have a really hard time telling the truth when it's inconvenient or unpleasant. I lie all the time. I mean, she said that to me. So I never would have thought that Wendi was, I know she didn't pull the trigger or anything like that. But the more I thought about it, how much I was manipulated, how much of a spell I was under, and all that kind of stuff, I feel kind of creeped out right now that not, I don't know if she's a suspect, not the paper says she isn't. But as an accessory, it makes a lot of sense to me at a certain point. So, and I don't know that many people that know her that well. When you see behind the curtain, she's a total train wreck. My psychologist was saying, man, she just meets the checklist of a narcissistic sociopath. Go down the list. So obviously she's already a person of interest and all that kind of stuff, but I thought you should know that I'm a mental health myself.
Right.
So I never saw that when I was under the spell, but I've had people trying to convince me for 3 or 4 months you're dating someone who has real severe sociopathic tendencies.
Right.
So high functioning and attractive, but still, that.
Yeah.
So that's something I just thought I should tell you.
Sure.
And just a couple clarifications from last time, things that struck me as odd as I reflected back on it. It was really disturbing to me that she told you guys that she thought I stalked her. As I thought about it, it really bothered me because we had arguments about this. We had
Who told you that?
the other investigator. Man.
Okay.
Yeah,
See, I didn't interview her, so I don't know what their conversation
Well,
was.
she's also said this. I mean, it's one thing to say, you cheated on me. You invaded my privacy in an argument. That happens.
Right.
Okay. It's another thing to go to the police when there's an open homicide investigation and tell the investigators, when I'm a person of interest, that she knows I didn't stalk her. She knows exactly what happened.
So what do you think that is?
Well, I just noticed that Markel, everybody's told me what a nice guy Markel is, and I thought he was Satan, because in our household, I mean, he's a psychopathic, stalking, emotionally abusive, controlling jerk. That's how Wendi thinks of it. Now I know.
And that's her assessment of him.
Yes.
Do you have the same assessment of him?
I did when I was with her because I didn't know. I just believed her.
Right.
But no one else has. What I hear from everybody else is he's an arrogant dick. As far as a academic, there's a lot of professors that are arrogant.
Sure.
But he's a good man. That's what I hear people saying. He was a good father. He was a good man, and he was really upset with Wendi. Starting to understand why, maybe. I mean, because all of a sudden I'm a stalker, and this is just fascinating to me. I mean, I was married for 3 years, never raised my voice to my wife. You saw I have no record, no DV, and this is not me. You know what I mean? It's like, so it's it seemed kind of.
Why do you think she would allege that? And again, I didn't interview her, so I don't know.
I don't know. I know I'm not under any, I didn't commit a crime or anything. It wasn't like that, but I think it. I don't know. I don't want to speculate. I don't think she's trying to frame me or anything like that. I mean, when I thought about it, I don't even have a motive here. Danny's gone. She's gone. It makes no sense. You know what I mean? I mean, the only thing, this wasn't that's another thing I would say is, I don't know if you've heard this from other people, but I've read all the legal documents. I was helping her draft emails. We're working together and all this stuff. And Danny was about to get his ass handed to him in court in the fall. I mean, the whole legal community knew that. It's like he's out on a limb. And he had a new girlfriend, Amy Adler. He spent a lot of time with her. He actually backed off when he used to harass her with emails a lot. And that's what the timing of this was a little strange. Because as far as Danny, her life had never been better than the last 2-3 months. He had really backed off. So this is all about if there's a motive in relocation. I mean, it doesn't have to do with it. He'd file spurious legal complaints and stuff like that. But he'd kind of stopped that, actually. It was, but I mean, that's not, it just, again, that sounded sociopathic to me, like deflection, I mean, it seemed unnecessary. So a couple other things. There's some timing things here. I hope this is all wrong and you find some disgruntled student that shot might have wanted Wendi and her kids to have a good life in South Florida. I still love them. I still care about them. I miss them. I'm pretty heartbroken over all this. But if you want information, I had some things to say. So we have this big fight in Gainesville. And I really confronted her. I'm really hard on her. I'm pissed because I feel like I've been conned because she's been calling me her boyfriend and all this kind of stuff. And I don't know exactly what the relationship was with Zach, but I found out enough that it was very clear that she was busted, that she was juggling two guys in some form or fashion. I don't know the details.
Yeah.
I got the impression I was boyfriend number 2 is why I was pissed. I mean, there's no picture on the Facebook page. I noticed there wasn't even a picture of me in her house. And that's when I got really, really upset. I was like, come on, we've been dating 9 months. This is bizarre, you know? So I had it out with her in Gainesville. And then she went to South Florida for 14 days. The whole time she's down there, she's miserable and not that available. But we're talking about future-oriented stuff. We're talking about trying to get back together and desperate to see each other. It sucks that we're separated in this bad situation. I can show you the text, like, can't imagine my life without you. God, I fucking miss you. I mean, these are like exact quotes, you know. She gets back to town. We go on a date. And I said it was awkward, but we were holding each other. We're holding hands. There was a future orientation still. We're going to spend a lot of time together and work this out. That's what we had decided to do. That was last Monday. It gets really strange from there, and it makes me suspicious. Maybe I'm just paranoid. But then on Tuesday, she called me at 2 or 3 in the afternoon. She said, I walked out of my house. So we're going to see each other that night. And I say, okay, I walked out of your house. What are you going to do? I tried to get a key, but I probably need a locksmith. I said, oh, well, I'll come out and we'll just hang out on your front porch and have our date there. She's like super sweet and friendly. And it was like everything was okay, actually. She was like, I would love it if you would come keep me company, see you in a little bit, calling each other baby, and this kind of stuff. When I showed up to yoga, and it ended up that she got into our house, we went to yoga together instead, and we just met there. When I showed up to yoga at 7, something was completely different. She was gone. I mean, and that might have been just her talking to her friend and says dump him and she decides it and that's it. It may have nothing to do with her case. But I would be really curious to know if I was you, who she talked to between 3 and 7, because something happened where I seem to be irrelevant all of a sudden. And this is after 15, 16 days of her wanting us to, let's just work this out. It just turned in a second. And then it gets a little stranger from there, actually.
And this was Tuesday preceding the 18th.
Exactly. Anywho. So
At what point did she send you the email?
That was that night. That was
memory.
That Tuesday night. That was Tuesday night, which I suspect was already in her head. Because
well, that may have been she maybe came to a finalization that she was going to do that.
She may have. I mean, I don't want to make this all about me. There's bigger things here. But I did notice some things. I mean, so she's done with me, right? Okay. Looking at her. It's not right. Something's wrong here. I walk out to the car, and it's really awkward. Small talk, I can tell she thinks she's done. But she asked me if I was going to be here this weekend. Now, she's done. Why does she give a shit if I'm here Friday? She asked me directly, are you going to be here Friday? And I said, maybe it's up in the air. And it wasn't up in the air. I just didn't want to seem desperate, and I was just going to stay here and not take my trip. If Wendi was willing to see me is what that was about. But she was really interested. Oh, why is it up in the air? Oh, because, at his end there's a thing. Oh, okay, talk to you.
And this was prior to her sending you the email.
Prior to sending me the email. And the last thing I ever heard from Wendi, last words I exchanged with Wendi were, are you going to be here Friday? I just thought you should know that. It may mean nothing, but it was kind of strange to me. Then the no contact order was also kind of strange to me. Usually you would just send someone an email and say, hey, I need some time to think. She was very strict about that no contact thing. It was almost like she didn't want to be in front of me. I just busted her for.
Well, she probably didn't want you to try and talk her out of it.
Maybe. I don't know.
Well, that's my thinking.
Maybe she knew something was going to go down and didn't want me in front of her because I read her pretty well. And I just busted her out in a whole host of lies,
Okay.
This part sounds crazy speculative. I just wanted to give you the information. So that struck me as kind of strange. Oh, I don't know if you guys have seen this yet. This was just weird. This is just stuff. Have you seen this picture? I've seen it in media accounts. I mean, if you look at that picture, I don't have kids. My friends that had kids showed up and said, look how narcissistic that picture is. Who looks good in that picture? Not Wendy's kids. Wendi. This comes out Thursday night. She changes this.
This is the one that you said she was taunting you with, or
well, maybe.
Or you thought she was.
What the other speculation in the community, which is not for me, is like Wendi looks good, but this is a Photoshop picture. Her dad does photography stuff,
Mhm.
So she looks way better than normal in this picture. If you knew you were going to be all over the media, that's not what you would want to look. So that may sound crazy to you, but just something to think about. I mean, when you want to picture your kids look good. There's other pictures in this photo set where the kids are looking at the camera and are smiling and look great.
Right.
So it's just weird. And I'm not trying to do your job for you to be like a profiler, but it was a thing.
Right.
And that one of the last things would be, it still is, I don't want to be the disgruntled ex-boyfriend, but it's really strange to me that she's never contacted me. It's very strange. We were co-parenting for 6 months. We've talked about Danny for hundreds of hours. No one knows that case better than, as far as her friends, than me. It's really, really odd. I mean, your ex-wife and you are strange. You're fighting. You're separated. Her dad gets hit by a car. You pick up the phone and call, usually, So there's a rigidity to this no contact thing. It strikes me as very, very odd. She is, I know you said, hey, I wouldn't take that personally. I'm not taking it personally. We're done. I get it, But what I am taking it as is, it almost looks guilty. It looks really strange. But when you call for these kids to bed for the last 6 months, and then ride around in a minivan with them, care about these kids. She knows that. Even if we're over, not a text message, not a phone call. It looks strange to me. So.
Right. And even more so in lieu of recent events.
Well, that's what I mean, is that when that happened, I didn't expect to hear from her that day. You guys had her on, into the night. I know all that kind of stuff. But I still haven't heard a thing.
Mm-hmm.
That just is very, very strange. Maybe she's just a cold-blooded, damaged, needy woman that decided she was done with me, maybe. But if there's any interest in her at all, there's a lot of sociopathic stuff here, seems like.
Mm-hmm.
The ease with which she lies is really disturbing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all I had to say. I just thought you'd want to know that.
Okay. Yeah, well, I got you here. I did want to run down on some of your, I printed out your stuff that you sent me here. Let me just look to it and try to find it. Okay. And this actually is a little bit better to kind of have something tangible to look at to kind of see where you are and where you were going and stuff like that.
Yeah. They're a little out of order because of when they cleared, but yeah.
Okay, so this day's end was actually, even though it says the 18th, I talked to the clerk and she said you were there on the 17th.
Yeah, Thursday night.
Thursday night, which is what you said.
Yeah.
So this is mainly done for exclusionary
I got
purposes.
it. I'm not worried.
So I got you here. And then when did this transaction occur? Like, it doesn't have a time. Can you give me kind of more of a specific time?
Thomasville? Yes. That would have been on the way there. So 10 o'clock.
PM.
Yeah.
And do you remember what time you got into the day's end?
Before midnight. Let's think about it. I left here around 8. I wasn't going to drive past midnight. It might have been 12:15 or something. But I went from here to South Atlanta, average of 75 or something like that.
And then $37 in gas on Friday.
And where's that at?
At Ayersville, Georgia.
Yeah, that would have been somewhere between Atlanta and Tennessee.
And this was actually on Friday.
It was.
Okay, so even though this one says transaction date, it was close enough to the 18th that it may not have went through until after midnight.
It might have been 12:05 when he pulled the trigger on it.
Okay. Well, you just said anywhere between 12 and 12:15 you got there.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you said you got out of here about 9 o'clock.
Yeah, it was about almost exactly 9.
And then what time did you stop to get gas here on the Friday?
I couldn't tell you. I can tell you what time I had that flat tire because I texted my friend as soon as I got it.
Okay.
And that's what Miller's
And that was Miller's Brothers Dairy.
Yeah, it's not a weird name for it. Yeah, that's Miller. Go. 12:26 p.m. is when my tire blew, and that was
on the 18th.
Yeah, and that would have been on the 75, probably 10 miles from Athens, Georgia. When they actually forgot the.
Okay. And then your McDonald's, was that?
I think I got gas
Georgia too.
Yeah.
And this was on the 18th also.
Yeah, that's the same stop that I did gas.
That's where you said you went.
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate you giving me this. It kind of helps give you a timeline.
Yeah, no
To
problem.
exclude you for anything.
I understand.
I think some of the reason they were looking at you is because some of the comments that she made about you in the previous interview
That I hate Danny and stuff like that.
or that you were a stalker.
Yeah, see,
Stuff like that.
that's why I am a little concerned about her, and I never thought I would get here. A month ago, I wouldn't have said any of this. But since that fight and I found out this web of deceit that she had set up, I just don't know what she's capable of. It's really, really strange. That's what I was worried about. She also asked if I was going to be here. Is that a little weird? Could just be conversation, but that's the last thing she ever said.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't know what's going to happen, it's no big thing. But at hindsight, looking back at it, it does seem peculiar.
Because she's done with me at that point.
Right.
So.
I mean, it could have been as innocent as idle conversation. Who knows?
Hey, God, I hope.
I mean, we're going down every rabbit hole here, and we're still in the preliminary stages of this whole thing.
Was Daniel Sack referred to as her boyfriend in that interview? Was that?
I didn't interview, so I don't know. I know he was mentioned because I talked to Craig, the guy you met.
Yeah.
And he said that if you were that we were kind of just roundtabling it. It was like if you were going to be mad at anybody, it may have been this guy.
Yeah. No, I was.
The Daniel
That's
guy.
why I left the coffee shop.
Well, Daniel Sack, not.
Yeah. Well, actually, I should have been mad with my Daniel Sack was seeing several women. Wendy was one of his, partners or whatever. He knew about me. I didn't know about him.
Right.
So he didn't do anything really. I mean, he was just playing the field.
Yeah.
But that's where the sociopathic thoughts come from. This is not a woman that cheats on you. This is a woman, I think, who has 2 boyfriends and is juggling that. And I'm at home with the kids every night while she's off screwing him during the day. She's letting me mop her kitchen floors for her. I mean, this woman had me doing things you wouldn't believe. I mean, I can honestly say, you get sick, your girlfriend brings you chicken soup. That woman never did a thing for me. And I was basically her personal assistant for 6 months. So when you start thinking about a scenario where someone gets compelled to do something or convinced or help her out or something, just as a thought experiment, I would have stepped in front of a truck for this woman.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a mature 42-year-old guy who's dated a lot of women. I just got caught into the spell. So that combined with just I think that's kind of unusual where you have 2 boyfriends. I think that takes a certain lack of conscience. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's how easily she did that. Mm-hmm. Just makes me wonder. I really hope she's not involved at all.
I mean, I don't think she is, but I mean, time will tell.
I don't think she'd be directly involved, but as an accessory at this point, I got to tell you, that's in my head. So I just wanted you to know that. I don't know. You know a lot more data than I do.
Sure, yeah. Well, if you don't have anything else,
nope, that's it.
I appreciate you coming in. Sure. And if you want to go ahead and send me that email, if you still got it.
Yeah, I'll find that email.
And then, like I said, you got my email, you got my phone number. Anything else arises, let me know. If you do have subsequent contact with her, and you guys have a conversation that you think is of note,
I'll let you know.
Yeah,
well, I think we're probably done. You need anything from me, let me know, but that's all I had.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you coming in.
Thank you, Mr. Gator.
All right, I'll walk you out.
Okay.
So it was Jeffrey or Jeff?
Jeffrey.
J-E.
R-E-Y. J-F-F-R-E-Y.
And it's L-A-C.
A-S-S.
Let me get your date of birth, Jeff.
Sure, 10/18/71.
Okay. So what's up? Corey said, we talked on the phone a little bit that you wanted to. And you can start at the very beginning, however you want to do it.
I got some notes. Do you mind that?
No, absolutely not.
I don't want to forget stuff, so I've been writing stuff down the last few months. That we might end up with stuff. Well, here's the thing, and just to give you the broad overview quickly. I felt like when I first talked to Investigator Hale, I was shattered. I mean, you can imagine you see violent all the time. So I think he saw a lot of noise, and a lot of the stuff I told him, but I don't know how it came across. The last couple of meetings we had, he seemed to think I was a disgruntled ex-boyfriend. I got my heart broken, and that's why I was upset. And there was some truth to that. I was upset, but over time, got some clarity on some things. So I guess I'll just give you my overall impression and just want to tell you things I saw with my own two eyes that were very suspicious to me that I didn't feel really hurt previously. Or maybe they were hurt and not seen as credible. I don't know. But just so you get the context for it, as far as the relationship stuff, that sucked. But, that last 3-4 months, I moved on with my life. Actually, her moving away was the best thing that ever happened to me in terms of my personal life. It was a bad relationship. So this isn't any animosity towards her for being an unfaithful girlfriend. This is more deeply concerning stuff about someone getting killed. So I started dating Wendi in fall of 2013. We have mutual friends, because a lot of my friends are in the Jewish community at the School of Social Works. We both talk to a lot of the same people. Throughout the investigation, your name came up a couple of times.
You talked to who? Who'd you talk to?
Well, like the Gamoris, the Epsteins, the Cohens. There's just a lot of mutual. My dissertation chair, I got my PhD here and I came back. My dissertation chair, like the Markel and Adelson would have they go to my mentor's house for Jewish holidays, things like that. So we met as through a mutual friend. It was kind of a natural thing. Only two single people in town, both academics, etc.
You and Wendi.
Yeah, me and Wendi. Yeah.
And who was the
person introduced us? A guy named Stephen Tripodi, who's a professor, but his wife used to hang out with Wendi. We just have a lot of mutual friends and stuff. So that's how we met. So we dated casually in the fall. She just got divorced, so had I actually. And at the time, I came in here before, I thought, was a dick. That's what I had been taught by Wendi. Over time, I realized I was kind of misled. But in the fall, it was interesting. Let me start. Danny had been heard describing Wendi as a pathological liar and a mentally ill narcissistic sociopath in a semi-joking manner, but
to you?
To other people. I just heard that through the grapevine. Because people said, be careful with Wendi. She's a little unbalanced. And I said, well, she seems upset about her divorce, but I don't know if she's unbalanced. I didn't take it seriously at the time. That sounds extreme, right? I thought these two people were having a nasty divorce. He's calling names. I thought it was totally out of line. It's one of the reasons I was upset with him. Because, you see in the court documents, he got sick of her and really went after her legally in a really aggressive way. And not knowing the background, I thought it was inappropriate. I thought it was taking things too far to try to disbar your ex-wife, But one impression I'm left with is, I don't think I said this before, in December and January, I thought that was totally out of line. By May, I don't know if those are technically the correct words, but by May, I knew exactly what he was talking about. This is a very troubled person, Wendi Adelson, deeply troubled person. And at first, she's gorgeous, she's smart, she's funny. I fell for this girl like a ton of bricks. Most men would. That was the reason I stuck around too long.
But just an overall impression of her. And Danny says this in court documents, actually. Very manipulative person, pathological liar. Wendi was an alcoholic while I was with her. She drank her dinner most nights. Extremely fragile, extremely depressed. Many, many nights sitting, hated Tallahassee so much that thought we're a bunch of country bumpkins and we liked Tallahassee because she's from Miami. Didn't hide that fact. Thought it was bizarre that I moved here from Phoenix. And the 2 conversations that we had every single day for 9 months were, Danny is an evil monster. Tallahassee is the worst place in the world to live, and I can't believe I got stuck here because of Danny Markel. And she was obsessed with those 2 concepts. So I got really tired of hearing that, but I heard that every day for 9 months. Wendy's very manipulative in that she plays the victim very, very easily. Whenever we got into a confrontation, for me, very sensitive that I work with DV victims, more than been raped as a social worker, all that kind of stuff. So I'm so sensitive, Mr. Rogers kind of guy. So it's a very, easy way to manipulate me, or Markel for that matter. But she just wasn't stable even in the fall, and able to cover it up here or there. One of these people, the first 100 hours you spend with her, you think she's amazing. 101 on, you're like, shit, what did I get myself into here? This person's kind of crazy.
You talk a little fast for me.
I'm sorry.
100 hours.
Yeah, first 100 hours you think she's amazing. Then after that, wait a second, there's some tremendous flaws here. So she puts up a very good public face. It's accomplished, beautiful, smart, funny woman. I was with her 4 or 5 nights a week for 7 or 8 months total, I would say. More in the spring than the fall. And she was deeply troubled. She was on psychiatric medications, and in March she decided to come off of those.
March of 14.
March 14th, spring break, Immokalee, actually, that's when she went off. And this will make sense then on why this matters. I don't want to give you BS or all that information, but she's already a sensitive person, so much that you couldn't say to her, like, hey, I'd appreciate it if you'd be a little more considerate to me. You're being kind of, she'd break down crying for 2 hours. She would throw a tantrum. I've never seen anything like it. Anybody I've ever dated, I've dated some pretty crazy women. So, but then when she went up there, SSRIs, it went from being fragile to being, she had no resilience. She would just melt down in an absolute second.
For over what?
Anything. Any kind of criticism.
Oh, if you had given her criticism.
Or anybody did. Anything negative. I've seen her lose her shit over, cake going bad in the oven. And she's devastated for 6 hours. This was in the spring. So this was like the state she was in as we approached the time of the crime. So I'll skip the whole thing where we date the first 6 months. It was, she played hard to get. I chased her. And eventually she agreed to be my girlfriend. We go to spring break, and she starts coming off the SSRIs. Things start getting pretty weird in terms of, we had a couple, first time we spent a week together, you know how that is. Of course, you're going to have a minor thing. You're going to find out who this person really is, And she started devastating. And a couple of times I called her. She's very narcissistic. And a couple of times, like, I'm here too. Just basic stuff like that. But she would just lose her mind over that kind of stuff. So if I just fast forward to spring break on, so I can skip all my bullshit and just tell you what's pertinent to the crime, I think. She starts coming out those SSRIs March 12th or 13th.
March 12th?
12th or 13th is when she started. So that was spring break, like almost a year ago.
Of 2014.
2014, exactly.
Okay. So March 12th and 13th, y'all in Immokalee?
Yeah, that week we're in Immokalee.
And that's for this retreat?
Yeah, students? Alternative spring break, yes, sir.
And you traveled with, you took her with you.
She took me with her, actually, yeah. Yeah, it was her as a law school thing, and I just went along to help her out.
Oh, I thought it was because you're in social work.
Yeah, but it's actually a law thing. They just wanted to bring a social work prof, and I was one, so we went. So.
Okay, so these students that are going to this alternative spring break are law students.
They were. And it's a med students, yeah. So exactly. But one of the reasons I went with her is she's very childlike, very much like a 13-year-old girl. I don't know if she could have handled it on her own. I had to do an awful lot of things for her. Her parents, if you investigated, you'd probably see them. She needs to be taken care of. She's such a fragile person. When she would travel to Miami, her mom would drive or fly up here and then go down with her every single time. And
Oh, she didn't travel on her own.
no, it's real weird. And at first I thought, what overbearing parents. And then over time, I'm like, oh, I don't want to let her go on spring break by herself either. She's won't be able to handle it. She'll lose her shit, you know? So just as, so February, March, yeah, I think she was cheating on me, all kinds of stuff like that. But that's
This
pretty,
is that other Daniel guy.
Daniel Sack, yeah.
So,
Among others. I think there's I'll get to that in a minute. There's I think a long list, and I don't know how many of them you guys have considered. But as far as seeing stuff pertinent to the crime, I met her brother Charlie when I was down there in Miami for a mockly. You may recall that I said I found him to be a very strange person, very aggressive, verbally. He takes sex tourism trips to South America to have sex with underage prostitutes.
wait a minute, back up a second.
Yeah, he takes sex tourism trips to South America to have sex with underage prostitutes.
Sex tourism.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, South America. Just.
I'm kind of a sheltered guy.
Well, I was shocked not only that he would tell people he did that, but that he would tell his younger sister. That was strange to me. Very odd. And there's this odd dynamic between them. The whole family is real weird. Most people that spend time with them say this is, social workers, I consider incest in this family. Is there violence in this family? Something's up with this family. But I mentioned to you that he talked in the hot tub about punishing a girl by anally violating her in front of Wendi and I, like bragging about the fact that he'd hurt this girl because she had gotten him in an uncomfortable situation. So he came off like an offender to me. He came off like a, kind of sociopathic, like this strange. He just met me. He's telling me this. It was really, really weird.
Okay, you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know. I'm just trying to rein you in a little
go
bit
ahead.
so I can make sure I get it right.
Yeah,
I do recall something about a hot tub,
yeah.
but I think it may have been something I read from Corey Hale's report.
It might have been. Yeah, I talked to him.
But are you saying you're in the hot tub
I'm in the hot tub.
after the Immokalee
Yeah, exactly.
retreat?
Exactly. We went from Immokalee to Miami and hung out with her brother. That
Okay.
was the first.
So you're in Miami at his place, I
Yeah,
guess?
exactly. It's very wealthy. It's got a really nice house in Miami Beach area.
Miami Beach.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're there
Yeah.
and you're in the hot tub.
Yeah.
She's in the hot tub.
Yeah.
And the brother Charlie's in the hot tub.
Yeah.
Okay.
Charlie's talking about punishing girls through anally violating them in front of his sister. It's just
Is it braggadocious?
yeah. Like she got him punched out at a wedding. He had a Korean girlfriend and brought him as the only white guy to 400 Korean people and just him. Some of the men took offense and he got punched out.
Charlie did.
Yeah. So the way he handled that was to anally violate her and then brag about it the next day. I mean, it was really, really weird.
That had happened the day before y'all got in the hot tub?
That I misspoke there. It was pretty recent. It wasn't that day, but it was last month, last couple of weeks, something like that.
So he goes to a Korean wedding
Yeah.
as the only Anglo,
Yeah, exactly.
and some men took offense because he was a date for one of the
Exactly.
Korean girls that was at the wedding.
Exactly. And he got punched.
And he probably opened his mouth or something. So
He says he got sucker punched, but
okay, so he gets, and so his way of getting retribution is the girl that brought him to the wedding is to
yeah.
rape her, or
Well, it
just-
did not rape. It wasn't rape. It was consensual sex. But he was bragging about the fact that he made it hurt a lot and that kind of stuff.
oh, okay,
And that was just
and that was anal penetration.
Yeah.
He's bragging about.
And it's 20 minutes after I met him.
I got you.
So I'm just like, this is not normal. This is strange. Guys will talk to their guy friends. Although I've never said anything like that. I would never want to hurt a woman. It's, so it's, so it just struck me as very, very odd. So fast forward to April, she's coming off the SSRIs, her behavior is
Come on, what?
coming off the antidepressants.
Okay.
So I study that. That's my areas. I study psychiatric medications.
Right.
So
I just got to be able to explain it. If this ever goes anywhere else, I got to be explained so I understand it and the lay person can
I
understand.
understand. So yeah, she's coming off psych meds, but she's doing that against my advice. Not with the help of a clinician. You're supposed to go to a doctor and have them help you get off. She did not do that. And she was dropping her dosage very, very rapidly, which is usually recommended to take some time and go slow. She was on a very high dose of Lexapro, like double the normal dose. And so in this time period, one of the reasons I stuck around, even though it was so crazy, was I thought it might be a passing thing because I thought she was having withdrawal effects. Some of the physical ones like dizziness and stuff like that. But sometimes people's behavior gets really weird in that, so you give them a break while they're coming off. So I was giving her a break.
What is the Lexapro for?
It's for depression.
Depression.
She was diagnosed as depressed. And her dad, the dentist, was writing her scripts to what she shouldn't be doing to help her come down the dosage because you want to switch to the liquid so you can slowly go down. But she ignored all my advice. I was constantly, you may have seen this in the emails if you looked at it, I was constantly cautioning her, texting her saying, you need to go slow, slow, slow. I made her get a therapist. I said, I'm not going to even talk to you about this unless you at least have somebody you're talking to that can monitor your mental health because I saw she was just spinning out of control. And she wasn't that controlled to begin with, but it was getting worse. Her drinking was really increasing in April. And she had times where she's just losing her mind. I mean, with the kids in the house, drinking a bottle and a half of wine by herself, falling down in the bathroom, bruises. I flew to a trip to Chicago when I came back. I had to go right from the airport to the house because she was just doing so poorly. So she was just not well. Fast forward to May. We have that incident in the coffee shop that we discussed that Officer Hale and you were. I assume that's one of the reasons you guys were interested in talking to me in the first place. But just to remind you, I just walked into All Saints Coffee and there's my girlfriend with another guy. There's no stalking. She knew that.
But there's been no complaint of stalking against you.
There has been informally. She tells people this.
Yeah, so. But I'm saying there's no.
Oh, no formal legal.
You shouldn't have been contacted from anybody from this department
never,
for
never.
complaint about.
No, never. I'm not worried about that. I didn't bring an attorney because I didn't do anything.
Right.
I'm not worried about it. But that was a big deal in our relationship. And
right, because you see her there and she's with this guy, and
yeah.
And you don't know who the guy is. If maybe I got that wrong. You knew that she was seeing a guy.
That's one of the things that concerned me is that she would bring him up from time to time, and there was other signs. I mean, there's I think 5 to 10 other men. I was in denial about it in this time period. That's not a crime, obviously, but it was. She's very impulsive, very erratic. Doesn't think things through. She will do them and then worry about the consequences later. She was remarkably sloppy about cheating on me in terms of. Well, that's what was interesting. Up until about early June, she was covering her tracks pretty well, actually. I'd heard of Daniel Sack. I knew he was an ex-boyfriend. But after that fight, we had not a huge fight, we had a mild fight about that. And things started to get really, really strange. And this is what I think I had a hard time getting across to Investigator Hale. So we have that fight. She goes to Portland for a weekend. She comes back. It's now June. And June, I was walking around saying to all my friends, I don't know what is going on. Something is going on. We had that very frank talk about that and decided to stay together. She said, it's one guy. He's gone. He literally moved out of the area, as you probably know. So, Sack, yeah. So I said, okay. One thing about Wendi is this is where I worry about the crime. She's very easily influenced. She doesn't have much of a sense of self. When she's with Danny, she kind of became Danny's extension of Danny, attached herself to him. She didn't attach herself to Sack. He was into polyamory and having multiple partners. He's bisexual. I mean, so she started doing all this crazy stuff. Sack was encouraging her, from what she said, to have sex with lots of people, not just him. I worry about her. So I've just seen her, and doesn't want to be controlled, but she does want to be controlled. I mean, she into a lot of sex stuff and things where she wants to be told what to do. And one of the things I worry about is that somebody came up with this idea and she went along with it because she doesn't know how to say no. She hates confrontation, things like that. So in June, I was walking around saying to my friends, I don't know what's going on. It's just uncanny to think back on it now. So I don't know what's going on, but something's gonna happen. Like it feels like there's drum beats. It feels like we're moving towards something. It's really, really strange. I don't know what's going on. And one of the strange things that happened was we had a trip to California scheduled to see my parents the week that Danny was killed. And in early June, she rescheduled that trip. And I said, what's the problem with the trip? She says, well, I'm worried we'll get stuck in the airport and we won't be back on Friday. I have to pick up the kids from school. I said, but we're coming back Thursday night. It's not winter. We're not going. Winter in the winter, I would understand. There's no way we're going to get stuck. We can rent a car. We have friends that can babysit. This is strange. I said, fine, cancel the trip.
And that was going to be in early June.
The trip was going to be the week that Danny was killed.
Oh, okay. That was the trip?
11th to 19th was supposed to be the trip. So we had a trip planned, and she was real strange about the fact that we had to reschedule this trip. It just didn't make sense. And I even said, if you just don't want to go because you don't feel comfortable right now, just tell me. That's cool. She goes, no, I have to pick up the kids from school that day. I just have to. I don't want to do anything that would stop that, And she said, I'll miss the kids at that point. I said, okay. A couple of days later, I say, well, she said, but I want to spend that time with you. I was leaving for Tennessee on Friday. She said, I want to spend that Monday through Thursday with you. I said, great. What, you want to go to St. Augustine? She loves the beach. She hates Tallahassee. This, again, is just very strange and suspicious to me. Wendi Adelson tells me, what I want to do is a staycation. I want to stay home in Tallahassee. I said, you want to stay in Tallahassee the hottest week of the year? He goes, yeah, we'll go to Tom Brown Park. We'll do this. I said, you hate it here. I'm offering to take you away. Why wouldn't you? It's just really strange at the time. I remember saying to my friends, like, Wendi wants... People laughed. I said, Wendi says she wants to stay in Tallahassee. Like, she leaves town. Sure, every chance she gets, she leaves town. Why would she want to stay? I said, I don't know. I have no idea. I finally managed to convince her to do a trip to St. Augustine, but we had to schedule it so that we were back basically by the time of the shooting. So that was just strange. It was peculiar at the time. When we scheduled that trip to St. Augustine, I'm sitting there, she has her calendar open. You have to schedule everything with her. That's just how she was. There was just, at the time, I can remember sitting in her office trying to schedule this, and there was this weirdness about that weekend. We're scheduling other things, no problem. But that weekend, she just was intent on. That day meant something to me before Danny was shot. Like, there's something weird about that week. I don't know what it is. There's something weird about that week. If we keep going through June, other things I noticed in June that were really crazy.
Let me back up a second
please,
so I get this right.
Yeah.
July 11th through 19th, you're supposed to go to California. Yeah. Leave on the 11th, come back on the 19th.
I can look it up for you. It might be 12th to 19th, but it was the week that Danny was shot.
Okay. Yeah. So when is she saying, I can't do it? What date? What date are we talking about when she's telling you I can't do it?
Early June. I can pull up the exact
Early
date.
June.
Early June, yeah.
So you're supposed to go to California with her, just you two.
We have plane tickets purchased. And she sat me down, I think it was June 5th or 7th. I will find out for you if you would like.
Yeah.
And she just said, I can't do that. And it just didn't make sense. It just didn't make any sense.
So she'd already said that date was that window of...
She said, this is the 1 week I have to go see your parents. And I
11th
said,
through the 19th.
But that was in May we booked them. Then we have the flight. I find out about Danielle Sack. And afterwards she says, I feel comfortable with that. She just had an appointment with her therapist. And she said, my main concern is I want to be able to see the kids on that day, the day that Danny was shot. We have people volunteering to babysit if they needed to, if we were delayed. We weren't going to be delayed. And she insisted it was not because she didn't want to go with me. She wanted to spend that week with me. She just wanted to spend that week with me in Tallahassee. She did not want to leave Tallahassee that week.
Okay.
And I mean, there's 3 different times. There's that time, then there's the staycation thing where I'm like, what are you talking about? That's bizarre. And then there was when we scheduled the trip to St. Augustine. If I fast forward a little bit, and we had the trip in St. Augustine planned until July 15th or 16th, and she canceled that the last second. So 3 different times she canceled plans with me and 2 or 3 days period began on.
What you're leading to is this is highly suspicious that she needs to be here on the 18th of July.
Yeah, just anecdotally, subjectively, whatever it's worth, it was really weird. It was really strange. I know this woman. I know her really well. And there was something at the time, me saying to my friends, what's going on? It's just really, really strange. It's just really.
She'd never done anything like this before.
No, she had canceled and recanceled. She did that all the time. Completely disorganized person. But it usually made sense. It usually had a reason. And usually the reason was something about court with Danny or parents wanted to come down to South Florida. Every other time but this, I understood. This time I was completely puzzled. Didn't make sense. And it was very, very strange.
Okay, so she cancels this trip to California. Did you go anyway?
I did
No,
not.
of course you didn't. You were okay.
Wish I had.
Yeah. And so what happens to these plane tickets?
Her ticket, I have no idea.
So she bought her own?
Yeah, we bought separate plane tickets. As a matter of fact, I don't know that she did buy a plane ticket.
Oh,
But she told me she did.
same airline, same flight.
I can find out for you. I can send you my reservation because we had a discussion about getting our seats moved together. So I think she probably bought a ticket actually, but I never saw the ticket.
It wasn't discussed any further.
I can't recall.
Okay, so that's the first thing. In early June, she says, Jeff, I got to be back on that Friday the 18th
Exactly.
to pick up the kids. I guess that's going to be the first of her week with the kids, maybe.
Yeah, she gets the kids back after having because they went to 7-day schedule in the summer.
Right.
And she's going, I'll miss the kids. I said, we'll be back. I said, you don't want to go? Just tell me I don't want to go. No, I want to go. I just got to be back for the kids. There was a special.
Okay, why not adjust the flight or just
Well, she had the kids the previous week. This was her one free week. She's also booked all summer.
Well, the 18th is a Friday.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so, going backwards, the 11th should have been a Thursday, I'm thinking.
I could look it up, but it just wasn't. She was booked week by week throughout the summer.
She doesn't even have any school stuff, right? I mean, I don't know if you're off during that time.
No, I'm completely off. She has a lot of obligations to her parents. Her parents want her down in Miami every chance she gets. All through this county, there's parents.
Okay. All right,
So three different occasions. This at the time, it's like, what's going on with the 18th of July or the week of the 18th? What is this? I don't understand what this is.
Okay, so the first thing is the California trip, and it's next.
Yes.
Then you want to take her to St. Augustine.
She says, yeah, she wants to stay, and that's just bizarre.
But did you ever make plans to go to St. Augustine?
Yeah, so a week later, again, we sat in front of the calendar, and it was really strange. There was this hesitancy about that weekend. She says, I'll go to St. Augustine, but we have to be back early on Friday.
Early on Friday.
Early on Friday.
What is early on Friday mean?
We were going to wake up and come straight back from St. Augustine, so we would have got up at 7, been here by 9 or 10.
Okay.
She had to pick up the kids from school till 4. Didn't make sense.
Okay.
So I said fine, and my thing was I was going to drop her off and then drive up to Atlanta. I was going to drop her off and go. So that was just strange, just stuck in my head. Like what?
Because your trip to your friend up in Tennessee, what was the date you were supposed to go?
I was supposed to leave at about 10 or 11 a.m. on Friday the 18th.
Okay.
Because I was supposed to the original trip was to go straight to Atlanta, stay the night in Atlanta, then go up to Tennessee the next day. So I was supposed to leave here at 10 or 11 and get there at 4 or 5.
On Friday afternoon.
Friday afternoon. Yeah,
Okay.
that changed. But that was the original.
No, because you left on Thursday.
Yeah, I did.
All right. Well, let's jump to that so I can fill in this blank.
Yeah.
Why did you leave on Thursday?
We'd had a huge fight in late June. I discovered some of their cheating. I was very upset with her. And she had sent me, we had sort of broken up, basically. But she put me on a 7-day hold.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, I remember that.
yeah.
She sent you an email or something?
Exactly. So the night before, I was so upset. I was just like, this, I'm going. I said, get out of town. I was upset. But that's something my friends have said to me that I've never said this, but my friends have said, Jeff, because sometimes it's hard for me to see this clearly. They can see it more clearly. Jeff, you do realize that if you left Friday at 11 a.m. for Atlanta, what this would have looked like. You would have been in custody. You're really.
Oh,
Now, I'm not saying that, but some of my friends, it was like a clumsy attempt to take attention off her, put it on me. I'm not saying that's true. It sounds a little far-flung to me. It sounds a little clumsy to me. But she knew exactly when I was going to leave. I'm a late riser, and she didn't know I changed my plans, obviously. So I'm glad I changed my plans. I wouldn't blame you guys for being a little more suspicious if you didn't. I mean, if I leave at 11, I don't get a flat tire. You just see me driving north
right.
10 minutes after Danny showed up. So that looks suspicious to a lot of people. I know it makes it sound like a criminal mastermind. It may sound crazy to you, but that's what my friends say. So if I go back to the stuff in June.
Absolutely. I'm sorry.
Any questions you want to ask? I know I talk fast, and
It's just a little faster than I'm used to.
My dad's from Boston, so I'm an adopted Southerner, but I haven't slowed down yet. So in June, these are just my impressions, but it was 5 or 6 times in June. I'm playing with the kids. We had a good family life, terrible romantic relationship because she was cheating me all the time. But I'm home with the kids with her. Nice family life.
You're at her house out on
Every time, yeah.
Cameron.
Exactly, off Aqua Ridgewood, yeah, nice house. So 4 or 5 times in late June, playing with the kids, reading them stories. I was very close to Ben in particular, spent a lot of time with those children. I look out of the corner of my eye, and Wendi would be in the kitchen crying for no reason whatsoever. And at the time, what it looked like to me is she's like taking it all in, and she looked like she was grieving something. And I would say, "What's wrong?" And she'd say, "Nothing's wrong," or make up some bullshit story. She lied so much, it was hard to know. But in retrospect, it makes me worry a lot because it looked like she was wrestling with something. It wasn't suspicious, it was just weird. But in retrospect, it's like, wow, let's assume she knew something was going to happen. That's how a person might react. She made a choice, but
That's late June.
That's late June. So that happened enough times that I talked to my friends about it. Also in June, Wendy's a pretty good liar if you get in front of her for an hour or 2 at a time. I mean, Danny's put that in court documents. It's not a secret that she lies a lot. It's how she navigates the world. But she has a problem with her lying in that I found out she cheated on me with Dan Osack because she kind of accidentally told me by talking about him all the time, and she's just sloppy. So longitudinally, she couldn't keep her story straight. In the short term, 4 hours, 8 hours at a time. Okay. Over a month, saying, well, what about that thing? The stories start, not coming. But she talks constantly. She's very extroverted, very narcissistic, very focused on herself, very self-involved. Well, what she was talking about in June, relocation to Miami. How terrible it was to be stuck in Tallahassee. Crying like, I got stuck here, I didn't choose this, I can't stand it. And she talked about the fact that the only way she could ever relocate is if something happened to Danny.
Does she actually say that?
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
This is the first time you've mentioned that.
I don't think so. I think I did mention that to Investigator Hale.
Okay.
Well, no, it wasn't. I had 3 interviews with Investigator Hale, and
okay.
The next 2 was me trying to tell him things like this, and I don't think he was hearing me.
Okay.
So, no, she didn't say I'm going to kill Danny. She didn't say that word for word. But it was, because I was saying, hey, we're about to get serious here. Are you going to be here? Because she hated it so much. I need to know what's going to happen. And she's like, well, let me give you the context. The only way I could leave is if something happened to Danny. But if that did happen, that would be a tough decision. I probably need to go back to Miami to be with my parents. So that scenario came from her, but it was a response to a question from me. So, I guess I need to be fair about that one.
Sure.
But it was, and it's true, right? It was, I asked if Danny might move with her. She said she would not be willing to do that. But she was talking about that.
She would not be willing to do that?
No, she did. Well, Danny had job offers from all over the country constantly, and she didn't want to live in Houston or St. Louis or things like that. She was miserable here. She was here just because she came with Danny. She didn't like her job. She didn't like the area. She didn't like split custody. I don't know that people knew how upset she was. I mentioned to you before you came into the room when I said this, but this is the time period. I don't know the exact day. I'm so distracted by relationship stuff, I can't quite remember it. But she told me that Charlie had looked into having Danny killed in the summer of 2013. She meant it dead serious. I wish to God I'd follow up on that at the time, trying to figure out us. And I thought, well, Charlie's crazy. I can imagine that, but certainly he's not crazy enough to do that. So I didn't worry about it.
That's your interpretation.
Something like,
No. Let's back up.
yeah, go ahead.
Let's get into the context of your conversation with her, where that comes up about
Please.
Charlie.
Please.
So
She just, she's talking about Danny. She's
where
completely.
are we at?
We're in her house in the living room in late June.
In late June of 2013.
Yeah, 2014. Yeah,
I'm sorry, 2014.
Yeah, late June. And you know what? This might have even been. This is sometime between June 20th and the Monday before Danny was shot.
Okay.
And I want to say it was right before, but I don't trust my memory on that, the date. And she's talking about Danny because that's all she ever talked about. Danny wasn't a human being. He was Satan.
He was what?
He was Satan.
Satan.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what was real strange about this was that in January, February, March, they had a lot of court stuff, and I could see why she'd be so pissed off at Danny. Danny had calmed down. He liked his new girlfriend. The judge had read him the riot act in court when they went to court the one time and told the other attorney, you need to calm your client down and stop having your client write his own legal briefs. I'm sick of reading this crap. Danny was going to get his butt handed to him by the court, and Wendy was going to have to concede a couple things, but she was going to win, everybody thought. And he had calmed down. He really had. So I was trying to say, hey, we could talk about Danny a little less. Danny's chill. Danny's happy with Amy. This is good. This is good for us, I was starting to see Danny a little more realistically at that point. So she's in the middle of one of these conversations, just ranting and raving about Danny. Very angry with Danny. She's very sensitive, and worst thing you could do for Wendy is point out that she's not perfect. And that's what Danny represented to her is, he said, you're a liar. Things like that. Anyway, she just comes out of the blue and I said, I just wish something, I can't remember exactly what I said, but I was like, this isn't going to ever be fixed in the way you want it. You're linked to this man for your life. There's no fix for this, but you have to fix what you think and feel. And she said, well, Charlie did look into having him killed last summer. He said it would cost about $15,000.
$15,000?
That's right. Seems cheap to me, but you would know better than I. And
it's I want to make sure I understand this completely.
Please.
So June, what was the date?
Between June 20th and March 14th, let's say. I think it's probably I think it's closer to July, between June 20th and July 14th. I think it's closer to July 14th.
Okay. She says, Charlie
did actually look into having him killed last summer. And he was told it would cost $15,000. And one of Charlie's
just paraphrase, but I want to make sure I understand.
Yeah.
Charlie did look into having
Danny killed last summer. It would cost about $15,000. And that's not exactly word for word, but that's pretty close to what she said. Wish to God I had followed up. But how do you respond to that? What do you say?
What did you say?
I changed the subject to us. I was interested in working our relationship.
Does she ever bring that up again?
No. Never again. But what worries me is that the speech pattern, I'm not trying to play FBI profiler here, but it's kind of similar when she would say, Daniel Sack and I had coffee yesterday. That means her Daniel Sack had sex all day. That's what that means. That's how she was. So the fact that she would leak a little bit of that out scares me.
Which is kind of like, I told you half a truth instead of half a lie.
That's how she lies. That's exactly. I'm sure you've done that a lot in your life. So it doesn't have the impulse control just to say nothing in high stress situations, but gives you this half-assed version. So I thought about that a lot.
But you do remember the amount is 15,000?
I do remember that.
No further than that, nothing else?
There was nothing else. I wish I followed up. I beat myself up about this.
No, you didn't.
What am I gonna do? Call you guys and say my girlfriend said something crazy? I don't know.
No.
The thing that worried me about Charlie is he has a very close friend and goes on these trips with him who's ex-special forces and is known for being kind of deranged. And it felt like it was done by somebody who knew what they were doing. So I told you guys that.
What's his name, though? I never got the name.
Oh, I assumed you guys investigated it. I don't know. He's a tatted up, known affectionately as a deranged guy. Guy just didn't come back the same like some of these guys do, unfortunately.
But he's a close friend of Charlie's?
It's on his Facebook page. That's what I told investigator. Hell. When I heard the crime occurred, about 12 hours, I was shocked. And then as I'm driving up I-75, in my head, I was like, holy shit, Charlie did it. And he got that guy. I can't remember his name.
You saying this guy is on Charlie's Facebook page, or was?
Was. I don't know if he is.
Okay.
These are really smart people. I'm Facebook friends with them anymore if any of this is true. Other thing that happened in June, our relationship isn't doing well. All of a sudden, from nowhere, like a 5-year-old kid will try to manipulate you in a very transparent way, and it's like obvious what they're doing. She started doing that kind of stuff. I got the sense we weren't going to make it. It was obvious to me, and I never going to trust her again. All of a sudden, she throws me the world. And I thought at the time, I said to my friends, I've been very careful not to develop like a hindsight bias. I've checked back in with my friends. What did I say? They said, you said in June it felt like Wendi was stringing you along for some reason. And you couldn't figure out why she just break up with you. She's like, this ain't going to work, So all of a sudden, she's telling me I should move in.
Move in with her?
Yeah, she's talking about moving in. And I wanted a family so bad. She knew that. She manipulated me with the kids constantly. She said the kids should start calling you daddy. I'm going to talk to my mom and dad, and I'm not Jewish. That was the whole thing. I'm going to prove by the parents. I'm going to give you the passwords. I'm going to give to all my computer accounts. She started acting like this was going to be a permanent thing.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I can give you a second.
I have to respond to this.
I understand.
Okay, that'll suffice for a while.
No problem. So it just at the time I felt like I was being manipulated. I couldn't figure out why she wanted to keep me around. It was really strange. Just all of a sudden, here's the world. Just all of a sudden being over the top sweet.
I hate it. Jeff, I'm confused about this timeline here.
Yeah,
Maybe we should try to get that.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, where's this week off? What's
That's in July. I've been going.
Okay.
I've been going in order.
Okay.
So we're still in June right now.
Okay. So we're in, but this comment from late June of the 20th through the July 14th is before or after what you're telling me now?
I can't remember exactly.
It's my fault.
Yeah, it's okay. No, it's not a fault thing. I can't remember. I want to be as honest and accurate as I can.
Sure.
I think that's the Monday before he was shot, but I can't be certain. So this would be preceding that.
Preceding.
Preceding that.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's just all strange. These are just my impressions, but it's like, what is going on? To give you an example, I would just be kissing Wendi, and all of a sudden she's like, like a porn star. I've been with a lot of women. Women don't behave like it's just, and we've been together 9 months. I've never seen this before. It's like
Brand new behavior.
Yeah, brand new behavior. I'm going, what's going on? All of a sudden she wants me to. It just didn't make any sense. It was just really strange, erratic behavior.
She wants you to what, though?
Well, I was threatening to leave at this point.
Okay.
So, and I guess if I'm putting on my cop show hat, I'm wondering if it would have looked weird if you break up with your boyfriend and then a week later someone gets shot. You know what I mean? I don't know. So get to mid to late June. She went down to South Florida. She came back. I could tell she had cheated on me. I'm very upset. It's very obvious. And we went to Gainesville, June 27th. She accompanied me down there for a work trip.
Okay. 27th?
Yeah, that weekend together. Had to use the GPS on the way down there, and in it I discover that, last 50 destinations get recorded. I didn't even mean to look at this one, but I see she's been in the Hilton in Orlando like 2 weeks ago when she wasn't supposed to be anywhere near Orlando. She had put the Hilton in. Assume that's like a sex trip with one of these other boyfriends. So I got really upset with her. We finally had it out.
In Gainesville?
Yeah. Saturday, I tried to, thing was she was going back to Miami for 2 weeks. As soon as we got back, we drive back to Tallahassee. Then she drives down to Miami with her mom.
Oh.
So that was because her mom has to come up to take with her because she's not allowed to go herself. I knew it was the worst time in the world to have a fight. I just finally lost my mind on her. Right? So only reason this is relevant to the investigation is it precedes this crime by a couple weeks. I did not touch her. I did not call her names, but I lost my shit on her. I told her exactly how upset I was. I'd shoot her ass. She decompensated in a way that I've never seen an adult do before. She ended up in the fetal position, sobbing like a 3-year-old, and completely fell apart when I said, I looked at you, left your planner out on the table, and I looked at it, and they know Zach's names all through it. So can we cut the bullshit and just have an honest conversation?
As in, she was still seeing Zach recently?
Yeah, she saw Zach September to May.
Okay.
And she insisted that they had broken up in the fall, and that his name's not very clever. I mean, she's the thing she's leaving out on the table. And it says Daniel Sack dinner, And she was doing very erratic things, like she would go to Daniel Sack's house, spend the afternoon with him, have sex with him, come see me, have sex with me. I had to go get a full STI workup. I'm putting my stuff someplace as another man's been 45 minutes earlier. She conceded this. So I was really upset, as you can imagine. I mean, and to put me with the kids on Mother's Day and the next day, I was really upset. So anyway, I was pretty angry with her. And you may have seen the email. She actually was manipulative enough that I ended up apologizing for that.
Was this on her Gmail account?
Yes. There's a lot of...
Other investigators have looked at those.
Gotcha.
And so I'd have to figure out which one.
Yeah. And I'm just saying, if you see it, it's a little bit...
I just didn't know if it was her Gmail account or her work account or a different account.
Yeah.
If I want to go back and look at it, I'm going to look at the Gmail.
Yeah, it's Gmail. It's on Gmail. Is my impression, at least. I think that's the one I would use. So we had it out. And the reason that's important is she was very concerned about her social reputation. Are you going to tell anybody about this?
About what? Her having sex with Daniel?
And Miguel and Mahil and other men. Yeah, and I said, you stay together, I won't. If we don't, I won't slander you, but let's be adults here. This is Tallahassee. You know how many people I know have their wives and stuff. Right. Let's be realistic here. Yeah. I said, I'm not going to try to destroy your reputation, but you made these choices. By the way, I'm not...
Did she give a reason?
It's deeply important to her she be perceived a certain way.
No, did she give a reason why she was having multiple sex partners?
Not a good one, no. I mean, she said she didn't actually. She said she was very upset by my behavior in Immokalee when we had two, what you or I would probably consider normal range, uncomfortable conversations for 30 seconds. So I said, she said, I was afraid in Immokalee you were going to be a jerk. I said, could you please be more considerate to me? It's literally all I said. She's a hair trigger. I think she didn't want a boyfriend, is my suspicion. I think I was awful helpful with the kids and stuff like that.
Okay, I got you.
I think she enjoyed using me as her...
Okay, let's narrow this down.
Yeah.
Okay. June 27th, you're telling me, is the date that you're in Gainesville and you have this blow up.
Yeah, we have a total blow up.
Okay. So is the comment about Charlie and the 15 grand after that?
It is after that.
Okay, so we can narrow it down to the 27th. And
Yeah.
after.
You know what? I just want to be as conservative as I can, but I'm almost positive that was July, the Monday before he was shot. If I had to bet money on it, that's where I'd put my money.
Okay.
So, when I was talking to her about that, I was struck by how cold and callous and basically sociopathic she was. Here I was crying. I was very upset. And I said, you're not a sociopath. You must feel bad about this on a certain level. And she goes, I don't know if I'm a sociopath. I don't feel bad about any of this. And she was laughing and describing some of the experiences she'd had with other men. Actually, she was making it clear they were very enjoyable and stuff like that. I'd never seen that. I've seen that from men. I've never seen that from a woman before. It was.
What kind of,
I said, there was this one night where you said you were at a book club. I know you weren't at a book club. She's like, I was pretty drunk that night. I had a really good time that night.
she rubbing this in your face, you think, or is it?
She was, but it was just strange because I'm not the one that did any. I was completely faithful to this woman, and I was very dedicated. Well, you could ask anybody.
But had there ever been a confusion about, okay, Jeff, I'll just be simple,
Yeah.
Elementary terms. Jeff loves Wendy. Wendy loves everybody. You see what I'm getting at?
No, that's what
you understood her that she was supposed to be strictly with you.
Yeah, just from March on. Before that, I knew I knew what she was doing before that. March on, I've been to 50 dinner parties where I'm introduced as her boyfriend. She took me out in public constantly. The Daniel Sack thing, they went to the movies and stuff, but in general, they're at his house. I think they went to yoga and some things too. I got some weird looks from people in public sometimes that made me, one of the reasons I got suspicious. I go to yoga and this one guy be looking at us. I was like,
what are you doing then?
Like, I just got the impression, like, was she here with somebody else? That kind of thing. But no, I think that was probably maybe what she wanted. I don't know how relevant it is. I guess what's relevant is that I'm over the butthurt being thing. This stuff happens. But publicly, I was her boyfriend. I was. That's one of the things that I don't know if it was an investigative technique or not reading the file, but Investigator Hill kept calling Daniel Sack her boyfriend. And that got me pretty fired up. And that's one of the reasons I might not have made a lot of sense, because that was really, it provoked me. I don't know if that's on accident or purpose, but it was one of these things where, like, he didn't seem to know that I was her boyfriend, and he thought Daniel Sack was. It was one of the
Hale did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to be quite honest. My understanding was Sack was before you and her hooked up.
Yeah, she went back to him after spring.
But I thought he went west or north or
He was
something.
in Massachusetts, and he left in late May. So there's 2 months there. Where
I thought he'd been gone way before that.
No. He went
May of 2014.
May of 24. May 20th, 2014 is when he left.
You know that for a fact?
Yeah.
I got something that sounds conflicting to it. May 20th of 2014?
May 20th or 21st, it was on his Facebook page that he left Tallahassee that day.
Okay.
And no, I know when he was having sex with him in March, April, and May.
Sack went to Massachusetts.
Mm-hmm. Amherst, University of Amherst in Massachusetts. And the coffee shop thing was May around that same time. I'd have to look up the exact date, but it was that same
Just
day.
prior to.
Well, I walked in on them having a goodbye coffee together.
Oh, goodbye coffee.
He was
okay.
leaving town the next day. And that's one of the things I was saying when I was talking to Investigator Hale is if men obsessed with Wendy are suspects, you can't trust her to tell you the truth about that. I mean, this is a woman who was separated from Danny, had that boyfriend Markel, and in a deposition lied and said, I'm not seeing anybody. It's a licensed lawyer who will lie to the court. So that's her narrative to the public, by the way, is that Daniel and I saw each other in the fall, and then that was it.
Say again, please.
That Daniel and I dated in the fall, and then in the spring, her and I had a conversation January 10th, and she told me, like, let's see more of each other, and then as of March 1st, I'm her boyfriend. That's not what happened. She just saw him continually.
Give me a minute here.
Yeah.
You need something?
If you have water, I'm going to drive.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Not to spill that. Okay. Okay, the 27th of June is when you went to Gainesville.
That's right, 27 to 29.
All right, 27th through 29th, you're in Gainesville.
Mhm.
You see the planner. You see Sack's name everywhere.
Well, I seen it earlier in the month, but I confronted her on that in Gainesville.
Okay. And oh, you at a hotel or something? And so did she get upset with you? Does she claim you're snooping or something? Or
That bothered her, but mainly she just collapsed, just sobbing like an infant, just acting really, really crazy. I mean,
you're basically saying, you're seeing me, but at the same time you're screwing this guy.
I said, I know about Daniel Sack. I know you never stopped seeing him.
But you already know because you've seen him at the coffee shop. Do you not?
But I didn't see him screwing. I mean,
No. But I mean, is this Daniel Sack at the coffee shop?
It is. It is.
You knew that when you saw him?
I knew who Daniel Sack was when I walked in to the coffee shop. I didn't know he'd be there, but I recognized him.
Facial recognition?
Yeah, I looked him up on the web because she talked about him constantly, so I looked him up.
All right.
In that, I guess the important thing about that meeting is it seemed to like shatter her. She's so fragile, and she wants to be seen as this moral, ethical person. She's a friggin' humanitarian on the web, right? I mean, human trafficking and social work. And all
The what now?
She's like a humanitarian if you look her up on the web. She wants to be seen as this ethical, loyal person.
Okay.
And she couldn't handle it, so she like lost her shit in a way I just want to say I've never seen. She sobbed, but the next morning she sobbed all the way from Gainesville to Tallahassee, and I was upset, but it was.
But I thought, and you're just going to have to bear with me.
Sure.
I thought that after I can see that she's in this fetal position.
Yeah.
She's demoralized.
Yeah.
Whatever. And then I thought she snaps right out of it and says, I had a great time.
That's what concerns me. Is I used to work in a psych hospital. I've seen this kind of stuff before. It's a good question. She was vacillating between, it was crazy. 1 minute confessing, literally telling me I wanted to sexually experiment with people. I wasn't ready, all this kind of stuff. The next minute, I never did that. I mean, it was like insane.
Contradicting what she just said?
Absolutely. And on the way back up, she goes, I never did any of that. I said, well, you confessed to me like 7 different times last night. I did not. It was crazy.
Okay.
Absolutely insane. So if it doesn't make sense, I understand because it didn't make sense.
Okay. Let me go back to this special forces guy.
Yeah.
Okay. So, are you Charlie's friend on Facebook?
I was.
Okay, you were.
I was. I was until all this stuff happened, and then I defriended everybody that was associated with Wendi just to clean my life up.
Okay, but when you were on the Facebook, a friend on Charlie's Facebook page, you're saying that this guy that you knew as being a special forces, ex-military, psychopath, whatever.
Yeah, by reputation. Yeah.
Okay, by reputation. Did you ever hear a name being called?
No, there's pictures of him and Charlie together on the page. Though.
Okay. Do you have any of that saved?
No.
Okay.
Don't.
Can you describe the guy?
I couldn't. I mean, he's a big guy. He looked like a
Tattoos.
Tattoos looked like an ex-ranger or something. And Charlie doesn't have that many friends. It can't be that hard to track down because there's like this foursome of them that hangs out, and my memory is that he is part of Charlie's crew.
The inner circle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And certainly Wendi talked about him a lot. She'd heard a lot of stories, so
She can't recall a name?
I can't.
Nickname?
There's all these crazy, and I can't remember the stories, but all these crazy stories when these guys were drinking and partying, but all stories like that, drinking stories and things like that.
Okay, was there any other, so this was just what you're seeing on Charlie's page.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have interaction with this guy
Never
directly.
met him. Wendi talked about him periodically because she found him amusing. She'd met him a few times.
And what was?
He's crazy. I mean, but in a fun way. It wasn't like negative. And I mean, if Charlie arranged a killing of Daniel Markel, I don't know that it would be that guy. He was just the first guy that popped into my head. Like, well, that's got to be something I was looked at. I mean,
So you're basically putting this guy's face as someone who would carry out the wishes of Charlie.
Yeah, because these guys are close friends, is my impression through Wendi. Also, this show looked like somebody who had done this before. This guy's reputation is that he was doing building to building combat in Fallujah or whatever, so it wouldn't be a new thing. So that's why it popped into my head.
Okay, was there any, and we're just talking,
Yeah.
but was there anything that would lead you to believe that this person had committed something like this before?
No.
So it wasn't like, here's G.I. Joe and got 40 kills under his belt or anything like that.
Oh, I think his reputation was of a combat hardened veteran that had seen real stuff.
How is a periodontist or whatever, Charlie? Is some type of specialized?
As a periodontist, that's right.
Okay.
He's a very interesting guy, and you may have known guys like this. I know some in Tallahassee. He's friends with people on both sides of the tracks. He's got friends that are physicians and professors and all that. He's got guys he hangs out at his gym that don't have a high school diploma, and he's able to buddy up with them too. He's very good socially. Charlie is street smart. He comes off kind of like a con man. He's really good with women. He's one of those con man womanizer types. Different girl every night. Very socially smooth. So he enjoys flowing from one side of society. He has a Ferrari. I mean, he could just hang out in the upper crust. He doesn't. He enjoys slumming with these other guys, So I think he's taken trips with that guy, though. If you're going to look into it, I believe he's part of the crew that went to South America.
I have somebody checking right now to see if maybe we're talking about the same person.
Yeah, I don't know. By the way, Charlie is so industrious and so street smart that if it wasn't that guy, it wouldn't make me any less suspicious that Charlie was involved. He just was the natural first thing that popped into me.
So what do you think, Jeff? You don't, okay, so when you first started talking to me today, and don't take this the wrong way, but when you first started talking to me, I thought we were fixing to crucify Wendi right here as far as everything, and that she was directly involved. Not necessarily that she killed her ex-husband, but had solicited for someone to do it.
I still believe that. I'm 100%. I never say 100%. I'm a researcher. I was 90% sure when I talked to you guys in July. I was waiting for you to catch somebody because then maybe I'm crazy, right? So then when Myron May happened, I thought maybe it was Myron May. I'm just wondering. At this point, I'm pretty confident. I got a couple. Can I give you a couple other things?
Yeah, but just slow for me, please.
Yeah, because there's a couple other, just two other suspicions.
Let me just before you get into that, I don't want to throw off your train of thought, but I want to address this. This is an email that I think you're referring to. I'll give you an opportunity to read it.
Yep, that's the one she sent. That's where I'm going right now.
Okay. So this is July 15th. Is that accurate?
That's right.
Okay. July 15th is the Tuesday before.
The thing she told me about Charlie would have been the night before this.
Okay, so we are on the 14th.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah. It would have been Monday, July 14th. That's actually just where I was going for right now.
Go ahead.
So she goes to South Florida for 2 weeks. We barely talk. It's hard on both of us. You guys have emails. It's bullshit romance stuff going back and forth. We had one long conversation and decided to patch things up. She sounded very calm in this conversation.
These are phone conversations?
Yeah. And she's
in Miami.
She's in Miami. And while she's in Miami, she says, she would just disappear for 14 days. I wondered if there was another man down in Miami too. It seemed plausible because her parents take care of the kids. It doesn't make sense how busy she is. Come back Monday, we go on a date. That's the 14th. That's the night that...
okay, you're on the date here.
Yeah, we're on the date here. It was real awkward. And she was a little strange, but it was overall a pretty positive date. So I had some hope in terms of the relationship. She said that thing about Charlie. I was so I'm so distracted by all this relationship stuff. That's the reason I didn't follow up on that bizarre thing she says about Charlie having Daniel killed. But at the end of the night, she wants me to drop all the Daniel sex stuff, everything else. She goes, that never happened. And I said to her, Wendi, we can break up, but I'm not going to go on a relationship pretending like this didn't happen. It happened. So she doesn't know how to Danny's the only real relationship she ever had. I said, I know you don't know how this works, but if you want to go to a counselor, you can, or you talk it out. But you don't just say that never happened. It does happen. And she seemed to find that devastating. Back to the who knows about this, who's going to know about this. Does your friend Steven know about this? Jesus, you know.
That's on the 14th.
It's on the 14th. So
that you're having this conversation during or after your date?
After the date.
Back at her house?
Back at her house. Back
Okay.
at her house. Yeah, and didn't have wine that night. She was sick. She got a bad cold. She was really stressed out and sick. So the next day is Tuesday the 15th. Wake up in the morning. I call Wendi, and I told Investigator Hill this. I don't know if there's anything here, but it was kind of bizarre. Talk early in the morning, maybe 9 or 10, and I said, I'd like to see you today. I was a little encouraged. And she said, yeah, I'd love to see you. And she'd walked herself out of her house. I said, well, come hang out with you. She said, I'd love to spend time with you. And then I waited. 3 hours later, I get a phone call, and she's like, actually, I got into the house. Let's not do the afternoon. Let's just go to yoga together. So I went
Where?
yoga.
Okay.
So I went to yoga together. It was awkward as hell. She was cold. She was done. I could tell. So I'm sitting there at yoga going, okay, this is over. Walk her to her car at the end of yoga, and I say, you know, I love you. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. She goes, I know. It's like, well, that's not anything you want.
I love you. And she goes, I know. Of course you do. I'm a goddess.
Talking about narcissism.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I said, I literally went, okay. And I just turned to leave, and this, hell it is, but I want to say it again. She goes, hey, Jeff, are you still going to Tennessee on Friday? And I say, I'm thinking, why the hell does she care? It's obvious.
You're walking away, you're separating?
Yeah, I wanted 10 paces away from her, and she says, hey, Jeff, are you still going to Tennessee on Friday? And I say, I lie. And I say, actually, it's up in the air. Because we talked about if we broke up, I should come over and say goodbye to the kids. I was hoping she'd invite me over. And she said, well, she was deeply interested. She asked me 3 or 4 questions.
But this is after this, right?
It is after. No, that's not. I get this email at the end of the night. She goes home and she sends this email. This is after this. This is after the conversation. The conversation I'm telling you about right now happens an hour before I get this email.
An hour before. Okay, so we're still Tuesday the 15th?
Yeah, at 7:00 at night.
Okay.
I got out of yoga.
Okay.
So she asked 3 or 4 questions about under what circumstances would I go? Why am I thinking about not going? She seemed deeply interested in what I'm going to do on Friday. It just was bizarre. I was like, well, you know, whatever. Got home, got this email. What was so strange about this? We had just spent 16 days away from each other, thinking about things. Then I get this. I told her, if you don't want to do this, send me a text and say I can't do this anymore. Why would you string me along for a week? It's real strange.
I just want to make sure that we're on the same page.
Yeah.
I'm going to read this aloud. So if there's something, it pains me to be writing this to you now, but here we go. I need some space to clear my head and to figure out how to move forward. I am heartsick, but my head and my heart are having 2 different reactions to us being together, and I can't reconcile them to be in this like you would want me to be. So she's saying you're coming on too strong, basically, is what I'm reading. You want a full commitment.
No, that's not how I read it, but I mean,
That's how I'm looking at it. Is that not true? I mean, do you want a full commitment from her?
I wanted to continue the relationship, yes.
Okay.
But we had discussed just breaking up. We just spent 16 days apart thinking about things.
Right. You're 16 days apart. Then you go on a date on the 14th. She makes the comment about her brother looked into killing Danny the previous summer, which would have been summer of 2013. She didn't specify a month. You didn't question her any more about that.
I was too focused on this stuff. Yeah, I didn't.
No, when she's making this statement on you're saying the Monday,
yeah,
which would be the 14th.
Yeah.
When she makes this statement that Charlie had looked into having someone do this for 15, it was going to cost. Hey, how much does it cost to kill this guy? And the answer that Charlie gets is $15,000. He shares that with his sister.
Yes.
Okay. And then she says that to you. And that was in the context preceding that conversation was basically, what do you want to do? You don't like it here. I'm talking in your.
That was part of the conversation. There was constant conversation about Danny is awful at Tallahassee sucks. That's about all she ever said.
And I can't do anything. I'm stuck here because, I guess she got denied relocating with the kids.
She did.
And she's saying, I'm stuck here unless something happens to Danny. That's what you're getting at.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting at.
and then she just spills this out.
And then I think, by the way, she just went to the bathroom. I think there was something like that where like.
But you're saying that, I mean, there was no more conversation about this. Is huge to me. This is like my brother's already checked into it, and it costs this much.
Yeah, I could.
Is it like this is still available and open, or 15 grand is too much we're too cheap?
This family's rich. I mean, that's nothing.
No, I know, but
He's got petty cash in his office.
okay, but was this like this option still available? Is that how it was?
I was just said in passing, and I've mulled it over in my head 100 times. I didn't know what it meant.
Okay, so my brother checked into it, and it was going to cost 15 grand.
I'm just heartbroken in this situation. I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about how do I get this woman back.
I realize, but I'm trying to glean this
Yeah.
from what the interpretation that you got from it.
Yeah.
I know you told me you didn't ask her anything
Yeah.
more about it. I mean, you know, a statement like this, don't take this the wrong way, but if I was in your shoes, I'd be saying, what the hell are you talking
I
about?
got used to her craziness. That's not getting right. I mean, she's all over the place all the time. So I think I just wrote it off as another crazy thing Wendi says.
But you recall the amount.
I do, and I went back to a couple friends because I told them about this.
Right.
After Danny got shot, I said, holy shit. You know, I mean, that's what happened. So I beat myself up about that.
No. I don't want you to beat yourself up. I just want to make sure that you didn't. I'm just trying to get you to see it. Is there anything else that you can recall? I'm not saying you did anything wrong.
I know I get that.
I'm saying, are you sure you didn't miss something else in that conversation?
No, because that was right back to her and I.
Okay. All right.
Since you're going to be here, and that's not going to happen, you know, that.
So this comment is made in passing as she's traipsing off to the
Something
bathroom.
like, yeah, or no bedroom or something.
Comes back out. It's all
And
okay.
I say, I had a good time last night, or something like that. You
Okay.
know, it was that kind of thing. So she sent me this email, and I don't know if it's coming on. I didn't know what to make of it. I sent it to some of my friends who know her pretty well. It said, she's crazy, is what they said. I mean, why wouldn't she just break up with you? It doesn't even make sense. I should have broke up with her. But we've been apart 16 days. She wants another week. But recall that when she left Danny, she just moved out while he was gone. So confrontation isn't her thing, you know. So maybe that's why. So Wednesday goes by. There's Thursday. Thursday, she.
You're still up in the air about leaving. You've told her, I don't know for sure if I'm leaving Friday or not.
That's right. She doesn't know I don't know if she would have or would have known. We have mutual friends that I told on Wednesday or Thursday that I was going, that it wouldn't shock me if she were able to find out that I was going. I mean, we have mutual friends.
But your answer to her was, I don't know yet.
That's right. That's right. But the next day I decided to go. So it was all
Wednesday.
Yeah, I decided to go for sure on Wednesday. Thursday, she changes her Facebook picture. I'm sure you've seen the picture of her in the beautiful purple dress. It's all over the media. And that was bizarre to me because that's a Victoria's Secret dress. It's not a dress you hang out in your parents. You might wear it to a club if you're an undergrad. You might wear it to bed. You don't hang out in your parents' house wearing that dress. And to me, it was.
Was this a dress that you gave her?
No. But you saw the picture; it's fairly scandalous.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
But if you went to Google and type in Wendy's name, she's a pretty girl, but you'll find nothing where she looks even close to how she looks in that picture. She looks gorgeous in that picture.
On the Facebook.
Yeah,
okay.
And it was suspicious to me after the fact that picture was changed 12 hours before Danny shot, and that's the picture that was distributed to the media. She's very concerned with her appearance and how she looks. So I know that maybe sounds crazy. Investigator Hale seemed to think it was, but I thought this is so strange. She changed her Facebook picture twice in 2 years. And the night before Danny's shot, and she's going to be all over the media, she looks like a Victoria's Secret model, you know?
Okay.
So, but I was bothered enough by that picture because it.
What was the prior picture?
Something that looks more like a 35-year-old woman with 2 kids would have on her Facebook page. Okay. All the other pictures, and she looks pretty enough, but that one looks, she looks amazing in that picture. She's not even that pretty raw. That picture, I think her dad photoshops that stuff. He does that kind of thing. So it was a picture produced for her by her father. So Friday I leave. Thursday night I leave. About an hour after I saw that picture, I said, fuck this. And I just drove out of The next day, Danny shot at 11 a.m. No one contacts me, which we have a lot of mutual friends, and they didn't. I talked to some of them after the fact. They tell me that they were under the impression that I was a very likely an actual suspect in this case. I posted on Facebook from Tennessee Friday night at a time where it would have been impossible for me to ever have been here at the time of the shooting. Found this really puzzling, and what some people have told me after the fact is that you guys searched Wendy's stuff. It says talk to Jeff about stalking in her calendar. If somebody was stalking with you, would you need to write yourself a note to remind yourself to talk to somebody about it? It's real strange. Especially since if never anything approximate. I snooped. I conceded that I snooped. If I could have any options, I don't feel badly about it at this point. She didn't contact me for 10 days. She told me that the police had instructed her that I was a suspect and she was not to return a text message that I sent her. That she could not do that. I actually recently dated a criminal defense attorney just coincidentally, and she thought that was bizarre because she said they want you talking, you want to incriminate yourself. They're going to get access to this stuff. But
That didn't come from me.
I don't think it came from anyone. It was very strange. Well, I know legally you can't do that probably, but
No.
I mean, it's why would you want to? So I wasn't in the room with her. I don't know how she acted or whatever, but it was implausible that I did this. And I don't know if she told me I tried to protect you from the police. They want to know where your house was. They want to know this. I said, I don't need protecting. How come none of your friends called me or texted me? Well, they told me later that she seemed to be concerned that I actually did this.
Why would you do it?
I know. Why would I do it?
Well, what did she say? Well,
crime of passion. We're breaking up and Jeff's upset. Why would I go kill Danny because I'm upset with Wendy? And by the way, as soon as I heard he's dead, I said, that's it for us. She's back in Miami. That's it. I know. It's the dumbest thing ever. That's what I was doing. I look it up and see my shampoo. By the way, I was in the Air Force. Last time I fired a gun was an M16 in basic training, and I missed the target. Luckily, I'm not a shot. She also described to me how she knew the details of the crime scene, which sounded very precise, like someone that knew what they were doing. It's implausible she could actually think I did this. I'm a clumsy, absent-minded professor with osteoarthritis and a bad shoulder. I mean, so I don't know if she said that to you guys. I know you can't tell me that. But she was telling people in her social circle, apparently, that they shouldn't contact me, I guess. That this was really a possibility. And that just seems deeply suspicious to me. A lot of these people aren't really close friends with me, but I found out about this crime third hand. And that just struck me as incredibly strange. And suspicious, very suspicious. I just got a couple other things and I'll answer the questions we have. I talked to Hale and I talked to you. One of the things that we might want to go over in a minute is when I talked to Officer Hale, and you guys were under pressure. It was a crisis situation, as you were saying. But I was giving him a list of the men that I knew Wendy had been involved in to some degree. And a lot of times it was just suspicion of sexual involvement. I didn't know, but clearly she talked to them about a lot, so it'd be worth looking at. And Officer Hill, or Investigator Hill, was very polite and kind to me, even given the situation. Just simply wasn't interested in the long list of names. He said we're looking for a degenerate. We're not looking for these kind of guys you're saying. And I should have been more assertive, but she doesn't hang out with degenerates. If this is actually a contract killing, there's going to be rich, powerful, influential men. And so there's some names that he didn't even want to write down. So that's the one thing from the previous meeting that was a thing. Just to wrap up the Wendy thing, 10 days later, she texts a friend of mine and says, does Jeff ever even want to talk to me ever again? And
who was that?
To a friend who's a mutual friend. He's pretty certain she was involved in this too at this point. She'd been down to the house, visited with the family a couple of times since the crime, describes it as just a bizarre environment when you walk in the room, so secretive and weird. But I mean, that was just strange because she didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. By not contacting me, why would she say that if you guys told her not to? I don't want to get my own relationship stuff tied up with the crime stuff, but it's just strange. Called Officer Hale, said, hey, just so you know, Wendi has a key to that house on Trescott. So I know there was some mystery and discussion and speculation how the guy get in, or I don't know the crime scene details, but Wendy's constantly losing keys. So, and rediscovering them, all the time.
Right.
So she had keys. He didn't call me back on that, and I don't know if it was helpful or not. And then here's just a list of strange things that she said after the crime. I talked to her 3 or 4 times. She said, I love Tallahassee. I wanted to remain in Tallahassee for the rest of my life.
These are phone conversations?
Yeah, these are phone conversations. Danny has so many enemies, it will be impossible to figure out who did this. He's a pretty beloved man, and he was an abrasive guy, but that's a strange thing to say. I've never heard any sympathy from her one time about Danny. She still seems enraged, obsessed, and defiant about Danny. I told Officer Hale that her and Charlie went to dinner maybe 3 weeks after the crime. Charlie called it a celebration dinner via text. She puked on the table during the dinner after Charlie said something. She wouldn't tell me what he said. She said Charlie made a remark and I just puked everywhere.
Celebration dinner?
That's what Charlie called it. You can look up, if you have access to text, you can find out. Yeah, that's what she called it. When she was just in town, she was cracking jokes about Danny getting his head blown off. She said the kids are having problems, but not because of Danny's murder. So the kids are peeing the bed and having natural kid stuff, not because of Danny's murder. That's a really weird thing to say. Most people would say they're upset because their father just got killed. It seems to be important to her that it not be because of that. She was very upset that I attended Danny's memorial service. The Tallahassee Democrat ran the story. They put, must have been a worst nightmare, front and center picture of Jeff Lacasse in the second row, sitting next to Stephen Frank. She was telling people, like, why would he do that? He hates Danny. Man died. Doesn't matter what I thought of him. He dies. Like, call me. And then lots of strange and erratic behavior. She mailed me back every gift certificate I ever gave her. Just came in the mail with no return address. Started dating a woman that Wendi knew tangentially. And once Wendi found out about that, she called her. Made sure, I don't know what she told her, but that blew up on me. So there's this aggressive component that people don't often see. And then when she was just in town last time, she asked Frank, oh, Jeff is, she's still paying me as a stalker. She said, do you think there's any chance I'll be giving my talk and Jeff Lacasse would come and maybe just attend the talk? Or Fran said, she was actually irritated with her. She said, why would he do that? I actually left town while she was here because I didn't know, small town, I didn't want to run into her. I actually fear her. So that's my list of things. And when I go through all that in my head, I come to the conclusion, as you said a minute ago, that she was at least aware this was going to happen, and I think probably involved in it. I got a list of men here. I don't know if you want to see that or not.
I'll take your list if I can read it.
Yeah.
And also I'll write it over again.
Can I just tell you? I mean, that might be easiest. It's not that long. There's 7 entries.
These are
men that she spoke about a lot. And I don't believe she would be honest with you guys about this sort of thing.
she spoke to you about.
Yeah. And or I knew she was at conferences with, and or I suspected she had sex with. I still suspect her and Charlie did this, but I know you guys have to look at everything.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, there's Daniel Sack, there's Mihul.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Sack?
Yeah.
S-A-C-K, right?
Yeah, just like it sounds.
Mihul?
There's Miguel. There's 2 guys named Trey. They're different guys. One's in Destin as a real estate lawyer. One's in Orlando as another kind of lawyer.
T-R-E-Y?
There's T-R-E.
Trey?
There's 2 Treys.
Okay, Trey, that's all you got, just first name?
First name. They're both Facebook friends.
Okay, one's
a real estate lawyer in Destin. And one's actually the other one I couldn't swear is a lawyer.
another Trey, T-R-E.
Yeah.
And who's a what now?
I think he's in Orlando. I don't know his profession. I think he's probably a lawyer. Most of them are.
Okay.
There's a person I only know as a gastroenterologist, a GI doc, in Miami that I believe she was seen in early July. He was at her house an awful lot right after the crime.
Here?
No, I mean in Miami.
Okay. In Miami, gastrointestinal
Yeah,
physician in Miami.
in Miami. And I never heard of him until July. All of a sudden, it made me a little suspicious. All of a sudden, he's around in July. This happens, and he's around after the crime too.
Okay.
So I wondered.
Okay.
Then there's these conferences she attends, and I don't want to be too graphic, but she comes back from, if you're interested in people that were obsessed or sexually involved, she comes back from conferences with slap marks on her ass. Just, it's very obvious what happened to her at conferences. So she went to the British American Project conference in London in the fall of 2014.
After the death.
2020, no, 2013. Sorry, just before the
Okay.
death. And there's a lot of rich, influential guys there. And she goes to the Coca-Cola conference in Atlanta. There's this very wealthy advertising executive and an assistant coach for the Cleveland Browns she was hanging out with there. I know this sounds crazy. How could they be involved? But those are men that,
And she told you about the Coca-Cola guy?
yeah.
She got a name?
Just no rich guy, advertising agency, Coca-Cola. But he's at this conference in, when was that conference? April of 2014. She attended that conference. There wasn't that many attendees. And pretty sure she had sex with him. I don't know if that means he killed anybody. And it's the strengths coach for the Browns. I think he's you Google Browns coach, Coca-Cola scholar. He's on there.
The guy that's the Coca-Cola executive is also the strength coach?
No, it's called Coca-Cola Scholars. It's a program,
Okay.
a conference. So there's two guys there. And Wendy had talked to me about, having sex with multiple guys on multiple days. So I don't think you can say, well, she was at the conference. She was with Mahul, so she didn't have sex with this guy. So she was bragging about that.
Okay, so I got Daniel, Mayhew, 2 trays, a GI doc in Miami, and at a Coca-Cola conference, there was an executive and a strength coach for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, an advertising executive. It's actually from the biggest advertising agency in California or something like that. He's a really heavy hitter. He's a really wealthy man. The reason I mention that is you couldn't talk to Wendy for 10 minutes and not ever talk about her situation with Danny Markel. So I know one of the theories might be that someone took it upon themselves to do this and that I'm crazy and none of this is true. I don't believe that's true. I just want to give you every bit of
I'm with you.
information I can.
No, I'm with you.
I believe very strongly that she had something to do with it. There's too many coincidences here. And this is just the stuff where I felt like 100% confident I could tell you this is true. I had a lot of impressions. And there's a lot of other stuff I could babble about all day long.
Just so I'm clear, when she went to this Coca-Cola conference in Atlanta, she met not just one, but 2 guys. Is that what you're saying?
She talked a lot about, Mahil was at that conference.
Okay.
Mahil used to send flowers to the house. I'm sure they had an arrangement of some sort. And she spent Christmas with him in 2013 as well.
What does he do?
He's a rich guy in New York.
Just a rich guy.
He's a banker, I think.
And this Sack, he was a professor, right?
He's a professor.
Which law?
No, he's English and humanities. I mean, I know none of these people pop out like, well, they're a killer, but I'd be shocked if Daniel Stack was involved. Daniel Stack never wanted to meet her kids, got nothing to do with her divorce or her family stuff. I can't imagine.
Well, Miguel.
Miguel hated, I told Investigator how this. Miguel hated Danny. She showed me texts about how much Miguel hated Danny. Miguel and her dated right before me, his relationship preceding us. They only broke up because he moved to D.C. for his job and could not be here. And she often talked about the fact that she could be with Miguel if she lived in Miami.
What does Miguel do?
Works for ExxonMobil. He's a CPA.
CPA?
He's a heavy hitter in Exxon.
So Miguel is a CPA for ExxonMobil,
Mm-hmm.
relocated to DC.
Mm-hmm.
Man, my handwriting is getting atrocious.
Right.
Well, you do this all day long, and then you pick up one of these, and it doesn't work good.
Yeah, it's old school.
Okay. Went to DC and hated Danny.
Hated Danny.
What did the text say?
I can't remember what it said, but I remember Wendy going, look how much, because I did not know that she was still seeing Miguel. I believe that she was. She had one weekend, she went away, and she only stayed at her house, which was foolish given the game she was running. Because like flowers and cards would come from other guys when I was at that house.
While you're there and she's gone?
Yeah. So a box of chocolates got them from Miguel, and I looked at the envelope, and you could sort of see something about last weekend, and you know what I mean? So I'm like, oh, jeez. So I think her relationship with Miguel was ongoing. I don't know to what degree, but she saw him in October 2013. She went to DC and saw him. That's after we were dating, and I believe she met up with him a few other times. But she told me both Miguel and Mihil she was interested in being in a relationship with, but they could not live in Tallahassee. So that was one of the other motivations for wanting to get out of here.
But McGill had been in Tallahassee?
Even in New Orleans, even close enough they could kind of see each other on weekends.
How'd they meet?
They met at the 2000. If you Google his name, the first thing that comes up. If you Google their names together, they both traveled Europe together in 2009 as some
Wendi
and Miguel. Yeah, he hated Danny though.
But give me a specific, Jeff.
Yeah, Miguel went to Europe with Wendi as a group of like 10 professors. And he came to stay with Wendi. He came through Tallahassee, I guess. And he left early because he couldn't stand the way Danny talked to Wendi.
This is while they were married.
Yeah, this is 2010.
Okay.
You know, I have always assumed the best of Wendi, that she was faithful to Danny, but you know, Danny is described by her as very controlling and overbearing. It sounds like my experience, she's just trying to rein in his wife, who is not exactly the most moral person. You know, that's my suspicion. But Miguel, per Wendi, Miguel he came to stay for a week and he left after day 2. He says, I can't handle this guy. And the text, one time she said, look, Miguel just texted me, and Danny did rile some stuff up, and he was trying to, you know, that thing where Jewish women have to get it's called a get.
Yeah.
Danny asked for one like in July, and it was about that she should say, look at this, we'll go Miguel. It was something like fuck Danny, or just something like that. I hate that guy, something like that.
Okay. Back to, I'm curious about this episode where she vomits.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
Okay. She texted you that directly?
She called me.
She called you.
She called me and described it.
When was this episode? Do you remember?
I can find out for you, but I don't remember. It was not too long after the crime. It was the celebration dinner.
And what was the celebration for?
And Danny was gone. That's how Charlie talks about Danny.
But I mean, you don't hear that firsthand. She tells
me that. She says we went out for what Charlie called a celebration dinner.
Because Danny's gone.
Mm-hmm. Hip hip hooray.
Did he say, look what, you know, I'm assuming he didn't say, you're welcome, sis?
Nothing like that.
No, but they had a celebration dinner, and what caused her?
It sounds like something out of a movie, right? Someone does something they wish they hadn't. Someone makes a remark, they vomit.
Okay.
That's what it sounded like. But she puked on the table at a 5-star restaurant.
Okay.
Or at least a 4-star restaurant.
And she texted that.
She called me and told me that.
She called you.
Yeah, she did. We were still talking at that point. Okay. When I started dating that girl, that was it for us. Didn't talk after that. She was very hurt.
When you started dating that girl?
It was a long story, but long story very, very short. She said, she knew this woman, and she said, I should introduce you guys, because we decided, we're probably not going to be able to continue this, but it was in this limbo because of the crime. And I said, yeah, you should introduce us sometime. She sent her an email to introduce us, but we'd already been dating. I didn't want to bother Wendi with that when she's dealing with her murder.
Right. And
she texted me scathing texts, like, I never want to talk to you again, and that was it. So it was super,
Are you still with this woman?
No. Oh, and then Wendi calls her the next week and makes sure, I don't know if Wendi called her or what she did, but they have some mutual friends. This woman, since shortly thereafter that conversation, this woman said, I'm not interested in seeing you any longer.
Okay.
So, which I thought was pretty aggressive when I texted Wendy. I said, hey, put me through a lot of shit. Give me a break here. Just stay out of this, please. And she did. Very aggressive.
We would check on something.
You good on water?
I'm good, thank you.
Still trying to get that photograph. I don't know if it's still going to be on his Facebook page or not. I just want to see if I just want to confirm this is the individual.
I think I'd recognize it if I saw it, at least with the same photograph I saw.
Yeah.
Photograph I recall was four guys like this.
Okay. Okay. All right. I got the men that you're talking about. She made, well, first of all, what, does she still have the same phone number?
She switched her phone 3 or 4 days after the shooting because she thought you guys had bugged it.
Okay. All right. Do you have the new number?
I think she has the same number. She has a different phone. She just
Oh,
wanted
different
Which is
handset?
silly because they want to. You don't need to put a bug on a phone physically.
Right.
I mean, it's funny.
Why would she be concerned about people bugging her phone, or the police bugging her phone? I guess is what she's specifically concerned about.
She's real concerned about that. She told me that.
Did you ask why?
No, I knew I immediately thought she did this, and so she told me 50 times, Jeff, I had nothing to do with this. And I always just let it be silent. Sorry. I just let it be silent because I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to play my hand. I've never said anything to her. I just wanted to listen. I was hoping she might give me something interesting and I would come tell you guys. Because she's erratic enough, I thought she might say something stupid. She must have said 50 times, I had nothing to do with this. And you saw her statement in the press. She's worried for the safety of her and her children. No one's suggesting a serial killer looking for Jewish lawyers, you know? I mean, this was pretty targeted, so.
Yeah, you think, she's concerned for her children's safety.
Wendi plays the victim so well. To me, it looked like classic Wendi. Everybody else felt bad for her. I thought, holy crap, she did this. She plays the victim instantly. She's great at it.
You said something a minute ago, and I didn't want to interrupt you,
Yeah.
but I know it was about something about Charlie getting shot.
Charlie getting shot.
Yeah, I thought she said something about. I thought you were telling me that Wendi was up here or had said something about Charlie getting shot or Charlie getting killed or something like that. She referred to that.
Danny or Charlie?
I'm sorry, Danny. I'm sorry. I'm totally confusing you. And
Yeah, it's okay. That's okay. Danny getting shot. Oh, when she was up here, this is for awkward. My best friend sat next to her at a bat mitzvah. He refers to her, just so you know what it's like in the community, he calls her the murderer. Common conversation. He is convinced. I don't know how, I mean, a lot of people, and that's not from my take on it, that's his take on it.
Right.
He knows I could be crazed. He had to sit next to her at a bat mitzvah for 4 hours. She's cracking jokes about Danny getting his head blown off.
Head blown off.
Yes, cracking. And I can't remember the exact joke, but that was how he put it, at least. And he said he looked at her and said, Wendy, that's totally inappropriate.
Where was this at?
So it was the Andrew Epstein's daughter's bar mitzvah.
Okay.
Which was 3 weekends ago. She was here for 4 days. And in the morning when she was here, there's a church ceremony in the morning, then a party at night. And the morning one, she sobbed through the whole thing. And whenever anybody asked her, like, what's going on? She didn't say, I'm sad. She said, I'm nervous. I'm anxious. I've seen a lot of grief. I'm a social worker. This really atypical reaction. It's real strange. And then the evening, she was pretty much herself, but she was cracking jokes. She told some of my friends that she's changing their names to Adelson. She still hates Danny more than you would ever think. And no one has ever heard her say one sympathetic thing about Danny and Markel to this day. And it's just weird. Why would she be hanging on to anger? I mean, I can only think of one reason, to make the world make sense. But yeah, she was cracking jokes, which sometimes people deal with pain in that way. I get that. But, I mean.
How'd she say it? How did he tell you? She said it.
You might have sent me here's what she said. There was one just general joke, but I have the other text. He said, my favorite quote from tonight, I overheard Wendi saying, at least it didn't happen to Jeff or the kids or somebody I actually cared about.
Okay.
So that was the vibe. Those two, they split this town into 2 piles, I mean, it was a nasty thing. But people that aren't me, because I'm careful, I haven't told anybody the story like I've told it to you. I've told people I'm suspicious. That's about all I've said. They find her behavior erratic, bizarre, scary, and people who are very close friends to her are coming to the point where they're like, Jeff, I'm having people stopping in my office saying, Jeff, is there any chance it's just not the Adelsons in Miami. Is there any chance they had something to do with this? That's the weirdest family, that vibe. You walk in the room and something's strange. I know it's all subjective, but that's it helps me to hear that because I feel like I'm a crazy person for the last 6 months. I've been waiting for you guys to arrest some vagrant, I mean, and those names I give you, I mean, that's so you can have all the data I have. Wendi with Charlie. I don't know who pulls the trigger, but there's a very strange relationship between those two. I acknowledge this might all sound real crazy to you, investigator.
I'm not, no.
Yeah.
So I'm very interested in this.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that I understand it completely and thoroughly.
Yeah.
And I can see that it's been weighing on you heavily.
Well, it has because it sounds crazy. Although I've told a couple people the whole story like I told it to you start to finish, and no one else has said I'm crazy. My therapist said, one thing I forgot to tell you. I had to go get a damn therapist. It's what was so crazy. So I try to manage her. I try to get some advice on relationships. And in April of 2014, he tells me, look, he's real blunt. I gotta be honest with you. There's two possibilities. One is she's just getting over a divorce, is drinking too much, and she'll settle down over time, maybe live happily ever after. Second option, she sounds an awful lot like a sociopath to me. That's an objective person.
Right.
And I said, sociopath? I said, yeah, high functioning, but she doesn't seem to have a conscience. And I said, oh, Jesus, what I got myself into? Because I was in love with her and I wasn't going to leave at that point. But that's the kind of feedback I've got when I tell people what she's actually like. Okay. I prefer that you guys catch somebody else, obviously.
Right. When's the last time you talked to her or had any conversation?
I could find it for you. It would have been in around August 20th.
Oh, that long ago.
Yeah. She cut off all contact because I didn't tell her I was dating. Just bizarre. That was the time, it was about the time of commencement, summer semester commencement. That was another thing as far as narcissism and a crazy person. You know what Wendi was mostly upset about? And she told me this. The fact that she had to cancel her commencement speech because Danny was shot. Her attorney said it's a bad idea to get yourself in front of the media like that and send additional show up. You can't do it. She was devastated. It's bizarre.
I went back and looked. Apparently, you all have somebody, McPherson.
Jay McPherson.
Yeah. What's the relationship? She has something to do with Wendi?
They claim that she was in the room with Wendi in the 9 hours you guys interviewed Wendi.
No, she came up here. She was not in the room with her.
Wendi told me she was in the room.
Well, okay. Let me correct that.
That sounded weird to me.
She came in the room. I think it was over the children. The children had to be picked up.
Gotcha.
And there was two ladies that were up here, and I can't remember if that was McPherson or
not. Jane was with her that day. Coincidentally, Jane's one of my doctoral students in our program. So she's getting her PhD in social work. I teach in social work, so I know her professionally.
Right.
Jane is the one I talked to for about 3 hours, maybe 2 weeks after the crime. They told me that Wendi and her circle of friends thought I did this.
Jane told you that?
Jane told me that. She said you had to be there if you were, and she basically made it sound like and she's a confidant of Wendi. See, Wendi has told many people that I stalked her, that I falsely accused her of cheating on me, that I'm this very mean person, all this kind of stuff. And she has friends that are professors in other departments. She's slandered me pretty bad. So I just haven't responded to any of that. But I go to conferences and get weird looks from people. Anyway, Jane is the one that I was so puzzled because I'm a pretty gentle guy. I was always a father to those kids, essentially. I didn't understand anybody could think that. And I don't believe that Wendi could have possibly believed, like, why in the world would I go shoot Danny? Did I want to choke the shit out of her? Yes. I would never touch a woman. And I've been in a
So
physical.
you say you just got through saying what I want to choke the shit out of her.
Yeah, her, not Danny.
Right.
There was a few times where I took a time out. I teach anger management classes. You know? I might raise my voice to her that one time because you couldn't. She would collapse.
Okay.
But Jane knows Wendi as well as anybody. Jane doesn't think any of this. But Wendy's pretty good at fooling people. Although some of this information is publicly available, I should add. Like she's a Truman scholar. If you go on the web and look at her statement, she says, "I hate Tallahassee. You're a bunch of country bumpkins." That's basically what she says. You know.
Although I think she told a lot of the locals
What they
that
want.
she was satisfied, she wanted to make the best of things, and that she actually.
No, that is what she said. But not when the door closed and it was just me and her in the house. That was. I mean, I got tired of listening to it. I think it's a great place. I deliberately moved back here. I could have went anywhere. I mean, so.
But it wasn't for her, and she made that clear to you. Is what you're saying?
On a daily basis, you couldn't pull up to a movie theater without hearing about how the movie theater in Miami is better.
Okay.
She was obsessed with it. You know, her daddy thought they'd be her semester. Got stuck here. So.
And then and all she'd been wanting to do is get back to South Florida, and she made that quite clear to you.
Right. I mean, it was kind of cold actually. She basically told me, if it's between you and South Florida, I'm going to South Florida.
Okay.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I heard that the FBI had maybe talked to her brothers. Oh, that's another thing. Their brother Rob in North New York. He's not anything to do with this, but something very weird about this family. There's some emails between us where when he visits the house, he doesn't even talk to the parents. There's just some sick dynamics where Wendi at one point told me when dad was extremely violent. And I thought, well, this makes sense why you're so gun shy and, hair trigger. Then later I said, well, with your history of family violence, she said, I never said that. So there was a lot of inconsistencies in line, but I don't think Charlie's been up here. If you were, your experience and instincts, you were to talk to Charlie, I assure you, there's something off about that guy.
What about this FBI?
I heard through the grapevine that the FBI talked to Rob up in New York.
That's what Wendi told you?
No, I think that's what Jay McPherson told me.
Okay.
So, and I try not to believe everything I hear because misinformation is everywhere.
Well, if Jane McPherson heard it, she most likely got it from Wendi.
Yeah, well, that's true.
That's true. But he's like an outside. He's not really a part of the core family.
They don't have a relationship, basically. Okay. And the impression is he's a guy who wants nothing to do with his family. There's something that happened in that house and he wants nothing to do with it.
Okay.
And I just think there's, that's the other theory, which sounds super crazy, but the people that have visited the house in Miami, they said to me, has anyone considered maybe the whole family's in on this? I mean, this is I said, people don't do that. I said, well, you go in that house, it's real strange in there. It's real secretive. It's real weird.
Have you met her parents?
I have.
Is there anything that you can tell me about them?
You know what autism is?
Autism,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. The dad and the brother Rob have this reputation of being like that. They everyone in that family suffers from a severe lack of empathy for other people.
Okay.
She learned that somewhere. Pillars of the community. You get on his website. I mean, years ago I went on it. He was polite to me, but dad's polite. Mom's kind of rude, actually. I know that father has been speculated about. They hate Danny in a way. I have a wife. I've been through a divorce. I get life. I've never seen this kind of obsession. Like their hobby is hating Danny. It was like really strange. I mean, I fell into this because Wendi could convince you of it, and maybe she convinced the parents. But they were going to put you said you looked at some emails, but not others. At one point, Wendi was going to get a restraining order against Danny, which in retrospect is bizarre because he was a good dad. But she had Gary, Gary is Gary is a lawyer he's the one that offered Wendi the job so she could relocate in the summer of 2013. He runs a tort firm suing drug companies. He offered her $1 million job, and I wondered about him too. It's not sexual; it's more of a father-daughter thing, but they're close.
Gary,
I don't know his last name.
where does he work?
He's a lawyer. He works in Miami.
Okay.
He owns a tort firm, and there are emails. I mean, she sent this document. She had compiled every email, like between Danny and Wendi, for like a year and a half. And the idea was to make this legal case that Danny is harassing her and stalking her. She always goes to this. She told me Danny was a stalker because he looked out the window one time, saw her walking down the street without the kids, and he goes, "Where are my kids? I have right of first refusal. If you don't have the kids, I should have the kids." Wendi claimed that was stalking because he said that. So anyway, all these emails, and the idea was we're going to persuade some judge that Danny needs to be reined in. I read this document. At this point, I'm a little skeptical because she's screwing everybody else. And I said, this is an indictment of Wendi Adelson's character. You read this thing, you get the impression this woman is a total loon. It was interesting because she thought, like, from her point of view, it showed what an asshole Danny was. If you were to read this, it's like, this person is crazy. So that was when I started to figure that out. But there's that different perception. At first, she seems really together, and then just loses her mind. So my worry is that she had something to do with this, and has no conscience. And it's hard for me to believe she could. I know you can't give a polygraph. I can't believe she would pass a polygraph. I can't believe she would stand up to repeated questioning if you guys had any leverage. I understand that this was done in a smart way, and so I don't have any leverage. But my experience with her was over time, she just collapses.
Okay. Well, I get I understand that that you never heard Charlie say anything derogatory about Danny.
Oh, are you kidding me? Yeah.
Did you hear him say anything in a threatening manner?
No. Well, I myself said I like to kill Danny Markel. I told you guys that because Wendi told me he was sated. I don't want to make it up. In that hot tub, this is what this family talks about. In that hot tub, I don't remember. He definitely in that hot tub, half the conversation was about what an asshole Danny Markel is. He was very heated up about it. He's a very intense guy. It was a little different than what I would say at, Bandito's Burrito. I was like, someone should kill that guy. I'm so sick of his shit. Really, it was Wendy's shit. I was manipulated. The brother, they were married 9 years. They have 10 years worth of the bullshit to be upset about. And the rant and rave about how he handled the wedding.
How he handled the wedding.
Kosher versus not. Remember when he did that at the wedding? Sure. I mean, it's like their hobby. It's bizarre.
And I didn't have that written down. When was the hot tub conversation? That was right after the March 12th?
Yeah, it would have been like March 17th or 18th. It would have been the Sunday at the end of spring break last year. But if the question is, did he threaten Danny? No. If the question is, was he pathologically upset with Danny in a way I found disturbing and that put me off and it was different than, say, even Wendi or her mom? Yes. Incredibly intense about it. Incredibly intense. Charlie's so difficult to get along with, he doesn't have one dental office. He works at 5 dental offices, and they can only handle him 1 day a week in each office.
Really?
Yeah. And he seems to know this and strategizing. He's figuring out how to make it work for him. But he was a special ed kid, I believe. He's very difficult to get along with. And he is fiercely protective of Wendi.
he had suggested seriously that they convert to Islam.
The whole family?
Just Wendi and the kids.
Islam.
Islam or Christianity, one or the other. Just to screw with Danny.
So they're not very devout in their
No,
Jewish
they're
religion.
they're atheistic Jews.
Pardon?
They're atheistic Jews, Jews that don't really believe in God. They do it culturally, they eat the food. Because people don't have ethics or morals. I mean,
The immediately after the homicide, you came back. I know I'm with that,
Yeah.
and then you reached out to Wendi, or she contacted you.
10 days later, she texted a mutual friend acting as if I would be upset with her.
Right.
And I said, tell her to call me. She did. At 3 a.m. She wasn't sleeping well. And we had a very awkward conversation. Mostly I think literally she talked for an hour and a half, and I said probably 30 words. I just listened mostly. It was real. She wasn't sleeping. It was real crazy. But that's where she told me a lot of things that weren't true. I mean, and that could just be a relationship thing. I mean, I couldn't contact you until Jimmy Judkins talked to you,
Right.
I believe. And I don't know. That was really strange not to. All my friends were texting with her. And she wasn't writing a lot back, but everyone else she acknowledged. One of my concerns, tell me if I'm paranoid, is Wendy's no dummy. She knows I know all this stuff. Now, she may not remember everything she ever said, but if there's one person, what she told me at one point was, no one knows me better than you. I said, who have you been intimate with in your life? What people have gotten to know you? Because she's very superficial. She said, 2 people have ever got to know the real me, you and Danny Markel. So it's been kind of anxiety provoking what happened to him. But in that conversation, there was a lot of lying.
Okay.
And I thought it wasn't like my feelings were hurt, but she just had someone get killed. If she was literally a victim, I would just say, take as much time as you need. I don't care. But there was something weird.
Okay. Let me see if this picture's available or not.
Okay.
It may be off.
Okay.
Okay. Obviously, if there's something else, we can meet again.
I got one other quick thing for you, actually.
Absolutely.
The Wendy was advancing her withdrawal schedule from the antidepressants much more rapidly than was safe, and she stopped. She told me this after the fact. She dropped off the med completely on July 14th.
Well, we determined that's the date that the conversation happened about Charlie and the 15,000. But she doesn't tell you till later on.
I just said, hey, how are the meds? And she goes, oh, I stopped those. I think the first day I was back, which was Monday, July 14th. That was my first day off. So she's off completely on that day.
Okay, so.
Which, by the way, people have impulse control problems at that point, so that might be why she said that. I mean, that's.
But she's telling you this when?
In August sometime.
Okay. She just stopped cold turkey?
I don't know. I just know that supposed to go down 10% a week. She wasn't doing
it. Okay. Okay.
If I think of anything, I'll get back. I actually had two quick questions for you, if you don't mind.
Yep.
This is completely selfish, but I'm concerned about me in this situation. I'm wondering how long it is, in your opinion, before the media, before journalists are poking around looking at this case. And I'm worried about my potential exposure as a professor and as a person.
This is an open case. They can ask all they want to. They're not getting anything.
That's for the foreseeable.
I mean, I may call you. I mean, at some day you may be called as some type of witness.
I would do it in a second. Yeah.
Okay, I want to make sure that we're upfront about this. Okay. I mean, let's say it goes from here to an arrest to a prosecution.
I'm there.
And for some reason, your testimony is needed.
I would say anything I said today under oath. I would.
Okay.
So that's easy.
All right. But as far as anything prior to, anything that you're telling me, if for some reason that was, leaked to the press or anything like that, then I got an arrest to make of somebody else, no matter who it is.
I got you.
Okay.
I got you.
That makes such your mind.
Well, mostly. The other question is, I was foolish enough to trade emails with Investigator Hale. Now, if the case ever does become closed, those are public information, are they not?
They would be considered public information, but someone would have to request them. And, for that, it would be something specific they would have to request.
I just saw the ones that leaked from Jameis Winston and went, oh crap, is this going to happen to me? Am I going to be, you know what I mean? Because Hose and I talk about her allegations of stalking in his emails. I'm like, oh, great. So.
I would not worry about it.
Okay.
I mean, I don't see a concern there. I don't know exactly what you and Hale.
I just sent that email that you showed me, and my header to it was, does this sound like someone who's being stalked? This is, I'm trying to work this out with you, maybe, or maybe not, but there's no mention of that. So
I look at that as you were showing a defense for why you would not be.
The one other email I sent him, I pretty much accused her.
Okay. But I mean, obviously, it's more than that. I mean, yeah, you more than just suspect her at this point. That's what you've been telling me this afternoon, right?
No, that's true. That's
what I'm basically gotten from you is this woman is directly involved.
She is.
Now, I don't think you're saying necessarily that she killed her ex-husband,
No.
but she either had something to do with orchestrating it or had knowledge that it was going to happen. That's the whole point about I have to be back on the 18th, right?
No, give you a thumbs up, and then and know what's going to happen. There's something weird about that day. So I don't think she doesn't have the skill to orchestrate it, but Charlie does. So that's correct. And
But you left on Thursday, and your last conversation with her was on Wednesday.
my last conversation with her was on Tuesday. Yeah, right, an hour before that email where she says, "Look, I need a week."
Now, on the email, she says she needs a week.
Yeah.
An hour before she sends the email, she says, "Are you still in town on Friday?"
That's exactly right.
And you said, "I don't know, it's still up in the air."
Yeah.
But you did not. She did not ask you to stay in town.
No, she did. But like the next day, I see Jane McPherson at work, and maybe there's all kinds of possibilities. How she would have found out I was leaving. Do you have any suggestions if I know they're doing a dateline on the Frosch guy that killed his wife out in Thomasville, and they already came to town. Any just advice from being an experienced investigator what I should do if I'm approached by the media, because it's not unimaginable.
Go talk to Investigator Isom.
Okay,
How simple is that?
that's easy.
Okay. Yeah, don't you don't have to say yes, no, nothing. You're a U.S. citizen. There's nothing that. Yes, they have First Amendment in their favor, but that doesn't mean you have to say a thing.
No, I appreciate that, but I watched Dateline enough that I can just imagine that me being presented with these pseudo suspects. That's how they do it. They show.
There's that would be. I don't think they're going to do that. There's a lot of that could be libel. A lot. I mean, I don't have you listed as anything.
Yeah.
At this point.
Good.
Okay, so no, you don't. You shouldn't have to worry about that. But if anybody approaches you, I've been in contact with the Tallahassee Police Department. If you feel like it's necessary to put a specific name, throw my name out.
Okay. It's a pretty juicy story. You can imagine that.
Oh, no, I realize that.
It's a real story.
Oh, believe me, there is a lot of extra crap around this whole thing that is really not making my job any easier.
Yeah.
So, but as I've had to express to other people, my only concern is finding out who and why this happened. That's it.
Yeah.
They can talk about that in Hollywood for the next century, as far as I'm concerned. But that's my only concern: who and why did this happen?
Okay.
The two things I wanted to get before you left was the girl you mentioned her name. The one that you all are friends with, I tried to write it down.
Jane McPherson, and she's actually my mentor's wife. She works with me. She's known Wendi since they got here in the Jewish community. She's been down to visit the house a few times since the crime, and when she hung out with Wendi when Wendi visited Tallahassee. And I remember, the Grossmans. That's something where Wendi stayed when
Right.
she was here was with Al and Wen.
Okay, so you have a number for friends here?
Sure, I do.
Who's your mentor?
Tomi Gamomi.
Tomi?
Yeah, Tomi. It's Hungarian for Tom. She's
Now she's the one that you said went to South Florida, but you also said it was basically gave you some information about what she talked to.
Wendi was talking through her for a long time after the crime. So she's exchanged many texts with Fran guided her through the whole divorce. Fran knew Danny. Fran was very skeptical of me when I first started telling her these sorts of things. At this point, because we're very close, they're like family. At this point, she's really worried that I'm onto something here. We all are,
So Francine.
It's Fran.
Okay, Fran would be someone, is basically someone that is close to Wendi, also close to you.
Yes.
That you and Fran have confided in each other about the concern over what involvement Wendi.
It's not a public conversation you want to have. So we've talked very in an unguarded way about this stuff, very frankly. I haven't told her some things. I've never told her that
she said Charlie looked into having her killed. I mean, there's some things I just kept off the table.
Right. That's fine.
But she knows my concerns, and she came back from those trips very disturbed by what
In the household.
Yeah, just intuition, but yeah.
She's not reached out to us.
I don't know why not.
It's the first time. I think you've referred to Tommy before.
Yeah.
Remember that, but this Francine is not.
You could call her. I don't know.
Well, I got to be careful because.
Do you want me to get her to get? Well, she just talked to me yesterday because she was on Facebook and she got a message from Donna Adelson. She had a picture on her Facebook page of Danny and Wendi and a bunch of people at the table for some Jewish holiday 7 years ago. And Donna said, "Could you please take this picture down? It makes me sad." And Fran was like, "That's the most bizarre thing."
It's on Fran's Facebook.
Yeah. So she's like, "Should I contact the police?" And I told her that seemed too casual, and it just seemed worth contacting you. But she's willing to talk to you. I'll talk to her and have her call you.
Well,
if she's
but then you have to divulge, that obviously, you've had a conversation with me.
No, she knows that. I told her.
Okay. I'm looking out for your interest in that part.
Yeah.
Yes, I would like.
The way I put it to other people is you just picked my brain because I knew a lot of people Wendi was involved.
Sure,
Yeah.
but I would say that if you could put a bug in her ear and basically say, why don't you call Investigator Isom and give him some of this information that we've been talking about, so it's coming firsthand.
Sure.
And because it's not right for it to come secondhand from me.
Yeah, gotcha. I'll do that.
Second person was you're at a bar mitzvah or bat mitzvah, and the guy that's sitting next to Wendi.
Stephen. His number I have too. And if you want, he's my best friend. I can just have him contact you. He knows all
That'd be
of this.
Give me his number anyway,
Yeah.
so I know. I try to keep these people straight.
Sure.
This list is getting quite long.
I know.
This is your best friend?
Here, at least, yeah. We known each other by 8 years. He has an Austin number. He's the one that introduced us.
To you
And he knew Dan.
and you're still friends.
We are. Actually, actually, it's funny. He teared up the other day. He said, "I wish I never introduced you to that one." It's not your fault, Steven.
And that's okay. He's a local guy
Yeah.
now,
He's at FSU. He's a tenured professor at FSU.
professor of
Social work.
course.
Yeah.
It's either that or law.
Yeah. That's about all of it.
Okay. Yeah, if you could next week, if those since it's spring break,
Yeah.
does she work in that realm too, Fran?
Yeah, she's a social work professor as well.
If you could get those two folks to
I'll
call
reach
me,
out
I'd
to you.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
And just give them my phone number, and they can leave a message. I'll get back to them.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you being so responsive. I know you got to be busy, and this is going to be a hell of a case.
Well, this is my case. This is my case, and this is I want to see this. I want to see this to the end. And
Well, I appreciate that. The amount of healing it would do in this community and in my small community if we could find out who did this.
oh yeah. And I know there's a lot of people frustrated, and everybody wants to know more of the story, and they want to know how come there's not more details coming out, and so on and so forth. Read into it any way you want. I'm not saying anything. That's
Good for you.
So
You also haven't asked. I mean, I know.
right. No, I'm fine with that. And
Investigator Hale did tell me at one point, and I think one of the reasons, I don't know if this is helpful or not, but I was pitching him this, and I just couldn't hear me. I felt like, but he said we have evidence. We're analyzing it.
Yeah.
So that's the one thing that.
well, you don't have to be a detective, let alone or rocket science or anything else to figure out that there hasn't been an arrest, so everything's still on the table. And that's as simple as you can get. And now Stephen's the one that she was saying, and texted you. That
Yeah, he was running with that bat mitzvah. I mean, I don't know how useful it'll be. He's going to say, Wendy's still crazy. Wendy is what he's probably going to say, but he can tell you the joke she was making.
Well, the first thing was it sounded like that she was joking about Danny getting his head blown.
So, yeah.
But then when I specifically asked you what was said, it more sounded, it was a little bit less innocuous with saying that she was glad it wasn't
Yeah.
Jeff or
Yeah.
her
The
kid.
head blown off thing, maybe that's wrong. He'll tell you. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. That I just want to clarify.
Yeah. That might have stuck in my head and be wrong. It might be simply like Danny getting killed or something like that. So,
Gotcha. Okay, buddy. I think we're done for now.
thank you, sir. I
I'll
appreciate
walk you downstairs.
it.